You know what? Let's watch the attract mode this time, because I keep saying I'm gonna do that and then I don't, and I really like it. So I think it's worth seeing at least once.
Let me tell you a tale. It took place 360,000... No, 14,000 years ago. Well, to me it seems like only yesterday. To you, it could be tomorrow. It's the story of a man, known by 72 different names. What should I call him? When we first met, his name was Enoch. And even then, he wouldn't let anyone tell him what to do. Not even me. But he was a pretty good guy.
Yeah, this cutscene goes so hard. Meeting your GP and getting some estrogen stuff done. Haven't had blood work in 9 months. Whoopsies. Yeah, whenever I need to have... Well, whenever I need to run tests myself, I'm always putting that shit off until I can't anymore, basically. So I get that. But yeah, that opening cutscene, I'm often thinking about, I'm often thinking about the part where he says, it took place 360,000 years ago. No, 14,000 years ago. It's very, very strange energy to the way that Lucifel talks. Okay, so the last time that I was playing this, our best guy Enoch had fallen into the darkness to save a young girl named Nana. And then Armoros kind of went down into the darkness to save him and ultimately ended up sacrificing himself.
You said it was God's will.
But now it's time for Enoch to fight back and recover.
To bring the fallen ones back to heaven for judgment.
Have you changed your mind? If not, quickly now, purify yourself of the vileness.
Got the vileness inside. I was doing a little research.
True power humans possess.
So true.
See for yourself what lies beyond the door.
I was doing a little research on stuff later on in this, outside of the stream, and I'm excited to see some things.
I just wish you'd stop making this girl wait.
He's Carbon.
You can sense me, can you? Your awakening shouldn't be long now. Why don't you pray? If your voice reaches him, maybe you'll recover faster.
So yeah, thanks to Enoch and Armoros, Nana is safe and hanging out with Lucifel. Got her little oomphy there.
Still no decision. I hadn't realized how much pain was in your heart. Head for the light, Enoch. Rid yourself of the vileness. overcome the trial beyond the light. Remember, Enoch, remove them from the fruits of wisdom.
Oh yeah, a little throwback to early in the game. Like almost the very beginning. Keeping these guys away from the fruits of wisdom. So we want them to stay unwise. We want them to stay ignorant.
It's been a year.
It's been encased in the vileness for over a year now.
I'll always be here, waiting for you.
Time in heaven flows differently from how it does on Earth. Minutes here are equivalent to months on Earth, hours to years.
No weapons, just punching these guys nude. Some ivy or something growing on him already. Wonder what Lucifel is up to.
Still undecided, Enoch? Very well. We can wait longer.
Cereal. Oh wow, that broke my guard immediately. Oh. Nice triple parry. I want to try the kick since I am forced to not have a weapon here. Ah! Oh, I'm getting nude. gosh. Oh, Enoch, you're so nude, bro. You're so naked. He's been shucked. Okay, time to save.
The girl. Let's just say she doesn't lose hope easily. All we can do now is pray.
With you gone, the fallen angels are regaining their power.
Yeah, he might have just been observing and taking notes to tell God.
Those who oppose them are on the brink of annihilation.
Armor us. There's clearly some funny business happening here, because some of these people are like super dead. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh, I can just like hit him out of the startup with that. That's good. The crowd loves to see him move, and you know what? I do too. There we go. I think parrying is really important against Armoros. But it's also kind of hard. Uh-oh. Okay. I get like one hit on his little moonwalk parry without getting in trouble.
Keep moving.
No problem. Everything's fine.
No problem. Oh, Nana, where are you? Whose skull is this?
Thank you. Thank you for hearing my story. You? Are you God? So I shall go to heaven.
Yeah.
A yacht.
Uh-huh. I was mistaken for you again.
I know, right? Shit happens all the time, but it never gets old. It's always funny. Cool Nana moments.
Life shall walk in the darkness. Ishtar's departed soul shall join the living one and free the imprisoned folk. The girl obtained light in exchange for our souls. In order to choose her path freely, she overcame fear and doubt. The strength of her soul brought about a miracle. No fallen angel can understand the burden that choice inflicts upon the human heart.
Enoch, I will put an end to this false world.
Oh, the jeans. I think he's healing.
The vileness has been purged. But where lies your heart? You must overcome one final trial to rid yourself of your doubt.
Denim will always win over darkness. Uh-oh.
Everything's fine.
Oh. Like a cutscene stagger. Also, the camera is crazy in here. I know these tricks. I remember them. You can just jump over them. Oh. I got anti-aired.
No problem. Everything's fine.
I always like when he does a cool pose to mode change. Oh, that's big. Oh. He's got those purple darkness flames. The vileness.
loss of sin and you, Ishtar has awakened. It is only a matter of time before they wield power. Enoch, your legs may be frozen, but your soul makes progress.
I don't think his legs are frozen. He's doing his
Back to when
best.
you served as a scribe in heaven. Your pure heart has now chosen free will and found the strength to use it. Use that heart to save the remaining people on Earth. Until the Council abandons its plan to flood the world.
Talk about taking your time.
10 whole years.
Rise up, Enoch. Welcome back.
Okay, that's
Enoch.
chapter 9.
Good to see the old fire still burning in you.
His face here,
Is Iraqi
looking very homosexual.
He'll come at you with all he's got. Not to worry, though. He's no match for you. Enoch leaves his body behind in the human world and returns to heaven to purify himself from the vileness. Reflecting on his previous battles, Enoch begins to doubt his mission. But after listening to the angels and observing the world from heaven, his doubts are dispelled, and he returns to Earth.
Alright, renewed confidence.
Without a moment to spare.
Oh man, I thought you were done. I thought you were done.
The free men are regaining their strength.
I really like this
Ishtar battles as
shot
evil as we
here.
speak. Hurry, Enoch. Before the vileness swallows her. We cannot allow her to be dragged into the darkness. She still has a calling to fulfill.
Hey. Yeah. We're looking for Iraqiel, but I don't sense him here. I'm just gonna leave it to him, though. Okay. Talk to you later.
Yeah, this is the PS2 startup screen. Acute martyr. I like the effects coming off of these guys. They're like long cape or hair or whatever it's supposed to be. I guess it's hair. It looks like hair. might as well use it. Oh, that was such a cool combo. I feel like it doesn't usually push them back into me like that.
She is destined to be a legend. All of this begins with her.
Oh, this place looks so cool. I always like these like exposition hallways where you fight a bunch of weak enemies while things happen behind you.
We don't want your false happiness. Why does everything have to be God's way? What is wrong with our evolution? We'll choose our own future.
Can I make that jump? No. There's no way. Let's see. There's an invisible wall here. Oh. Well, I hope it comes back. I just need to try all the edges of these cubes. Sorry, man. He's not here either. Why hasn't anyone ever seen him? Why does he need to hide? Somebody please answer me. God, are you there? I wonder. Oh, I figured. I feel like this game doesn't reward you too much for checking out optional paths, but there's sometimes one of those freemen who will give you a little piece of writing to read. There's just really not much in terms of like upgrades in this game. Very straightforward, but that's something that I like about it. I don't need to be getting a bunch of new powers or moves or anything like that. I just want to see your cool set pieces and have a good time with the story. Yeah, it's focused in a way that things often are not. I think the developers of this are, I think it was like Ignition UTV or something. I don't know what their team size was, but it seems like they were able to keep the scope of the game and like what they wanted to do with it in check really well. So I think that's cool. I've put myself in a circle, so I'll have to do something different this time. Binding coil turn 3. I think I have looked at that maybe once in my life. So I feel like I actually need to get to the right here. Oh, the Binding Coil of Bahamut. It's such a strange little raid series. They didn't really know what they wanted raids to be yet. Okay, Maybe if I go to the right and then try to make my way north. Being indecisive, much like Enoch was in the last chapter. This is just where our free guy is. The last few days I've been kind of reopening the Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail benchmark and just looking at my character, trying different outfits and such. I'm just like, ah, she looks so good, I can't wait.
Time your jumps to the movement of the floor.
Hey. Gotta say, that Ishtar is really something. Of course, he's coming along fine too. Okay, talk to you later.
Yes, they did so good on the scales and the horns. It's a thing that bothered me a lot before, just like anytime it would get zoomed in too much in G-pose or like in a cutscene or something. It just looks so bad, but now it's gonna look good. Oh boy. Okay. Whoa. Okay, I thought there might be something down there, but there's not.
Search the area well.
The Legend of Ishtar. The legend has become reality. Ishtar is back. The fallen angels are on the run. Ezekiel wields tremendous power. She has fled her level and now hides somewhere in Arakiel's level, awaiting her chance to strike back. But we will not let her. We will now prepare an ending fitting for the final chapter on the prophecies of Ishtar. Timing on these things is kind of weird. Oh, that's a tiny hole. You gonna fit in there? Yeah. Ah. Oh, I need to purify really badly. Okay. Oh, their ground pound keeps hitting me.
Everything's
I
fine.
don't know if they were doing that before this stage. Okay. Wow. Oh, but now I want to check the other way. Oh, guard broke me. Just go back down really quick. I think it'll be fine. In fact, it was a good idea. Has Ishtar taken notice? It would seem the bond between the fallen angels and the Nephilim runs deeper than we imagined. When we defeated Sariel, all the Nephilim he fathered disappeared as well. They may be one with their fathers. When Armoros falls, so too will his Nephilim. When Azazel falls, so too will his Nephilim. I shudder to think about what will happen to Nana's little Nephilim companion who's been accompanying her. I'm also shuddering a little bit thinking about it. Oops. I don't want her friend to die in the war.
You have no parents and have never conceived a child. I understand the love of a mother for her child more than you ever can.
You hypocrite! What about your own children? At this very moment, they devour each other in their unbearable agony.
I love them as well.
You You use the word as an excuse for your actions.
Your fanaticism blinds you.
I've defeated more than 500 enemies, in case you're wondering.
This is
Trying to figure out what these sculptures are. Some sort of creature.
Ezekiel's children, hurry now.
Bula, another Bula.
This is Ezekiel's giant pig.
Oh, Pig Perry. Might need to get it to run into a wall or something. True, he's a natural wrangler. Okay. Gale is definitely not the thing to use against armored enemies, so I'll try something a little more heavy duty. But that roar is just like the whole arena. Hello, Bula? I think you have to get it to run into the wall twice, and then you can attack it. Even the pig will get naked as I beat it down. Getting there. Maybe like one or two more cycles. we go. Fully stripped, fully shucked. Exposed.
You paint everything with lies. You deceive our world, but we will not be ruled by you any longer.
There are some things humans should not know about. I will dispose of all who threaten our world.
Hey, cut that out. I'm trying to watch these women fight.
Watch your feet.
The like cell shading outline on these blocks. It's not really present on other things. It's interesting. Hello? Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. Whoa.
Hey. No. Ishtar had her on the ropes, but you couldn't finish her. Don't worry. Enoch will take care of her. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, Enoch's got this. Don't worry about it. I mean, you're omnipotent, right? You should know. It's gonna be fine. I'll just keep my veil for now.
Search the area well.
Whoa. Huh. These things move in strange ways. It like passed through me. Okay. So I need to jump off of it when it's high up. Let's see.
Proceed with caution.
No problem. Everything's fine. Okay, that was a little close. Woohoo! So it only strikes you if you touch the front and back of it, but if you touch the side, it just kind of like pushes you away. Interesting. Whoa. Try to just very slightly nudge these because it moves really fast. Hey, stop. Oh gosh. Using the invincibility of weapon stealing to just avoid that guy's attacks. Oh, you can parry the ground pound? Oh, I didn't mean to activate Overboost, but I'll use it, you know? I am not really using it a lot. Love when the environmental art in this game plays double duty as platforming sections. Yes, absolutely. Been sticking with the arch here because it makes very quick work of these big boys. However, I think it's gonna be a problem against this Gale user. Oh. Getting hit and taking damage is not really a big deal at all in this game because it's so forgiving, but the big flash makes it so scary and stressful, even though it's actually not. No, I want to purify your weapon. So now we'll take the Veil to make dealing with the Gale easier. Yeah, I really like these fights where you get, like, all of the weapons mixed together and you can kind of cycle through them to take advantage of the weaknesses.
No problem. Everything's fine.
Uh-oh. They do. Yeah, I kind of just skipped over them last time because I had all those extra cubes.
Hey, why don't you take a break?
Yeah, God.
I could take care of things while you're away. I mean, after all, what else am I here for? Call if you change your mind.
Hey, people are always getting us mixed up anyways. I could be God for a little while. You are highly allergic to where you live. Well, it is getting warmer. The plants are reproducing. They are torturing people with pollen allergies. I think this is another darkness section. So let's just hop right in. While you're down here, you may want to look around for some bones. Just, you know, if you're not busy. This place looks like the cover of one of those composition notebooks. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, I feel like everyone knows them. They got that kind of, like, black and white texture on the front of them. They got that nice binding. They got the little label on the front so that you can write that this one's for your math class. Way better than a fucking spiral bound notebook. I hate those things. The metal spiral is gonna get fucked up after like a day in your backpack. The portal is still open, so I imagine it probably closes if you get the bone. I have not been doing 100% completion, and I don't really intend to. I don't know if it even does anything. I'll look it up later. But frankly, Ishtar seemed like she was doing fine missing a few bones, so... My BF found all my old furry art notebooks when visited. Oh, why is it over? I mean, that's awesome. What kind of furry art was it? Like, what species? A lot. Yeah, I hope that they took the pages out because they wanted to cherish them or, like, make scans of them and preserve them forever or something.
Someone's there. Hurry, Enoch.
Talking to the kid who used to draw Lap Fox tracks album art. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Whatever gets you drawing, whatever you enjoy is good. Or whatever got you drawing, I suppose.
Hurry. Go inside.
Ishtar looks like she's been hit with some vileness. Here to shill for me to stream Ruiner or Library after this game. I'll think about it. I have some other things I've been thinking about streaming next, but I got the ADHD, so I feel like it's not always up to me what I will do.
Your fanaticism blinds you.
Summer that Hikaru died for toxic yaoi. I honestly need to, I've been wanting to expand my yaoi horizons, and I love toxic shit, so please send me any recommendations. The Batista laser. You actually can dash block in this game with the Veil, which is great. Ah! I like body slam. My toxic Yuri recommendation... Well, it's a little toxic. I don't know. It depends on your read, I suppose. My toxic Yuri recommendation, though, is a manga called My Broken Mariko. Oh, shit. I need some more weapons to appear for me. Ah!
Keep moving. No problem. Everything's fine.
Oh. Guard broken. Guard crush. There are not a lot of women in this game, but I'm glad that of the ones that there are, one of them is like an older woman who is like bigger. I think that's neat. Oh, the triple laser.
A human.
Those are some fun sounds.
Allow me to change outfits.
Nether Ezekiel. She's got like a tummy mouth.
It'll never end if this keeps happening. You're stronger than before.
Oh, her like back tail thing is like an elephant's trunk.
Everything's fine.
You might be worth fighting for real. It'll never end if this keeps happening. You're stronger than before.
Oh, my arch broke. Hello? There we go.
You might be worth fighting for real.
Oh,
No problem. Everything's fine.
oh my gosh, I'm not reading these tells. I'm sorry, Enoch.
Well, well. Since when did you get so bold?
Yeah, I really like her eye tentacles.
Blinds you.
No problem. Everything's fine.
I gotta FD it. I feel like every time I try to learn something in Xrd, it's the answer is always like, oh yeah, you can avoid this if you instant block, FD, and then immediately backdash. You get a full punish. And it's like, okay, cool, great.
You're stronger than before.
Nice. I'm being pushed out, so maybe the veil is not the best here. I mean, I like Xrd, it's just, yeah, a lot of stuff is just kind of hard.
Your fanaticism blinds you. What is wrong with our evolution?
Have I been playing Strive Abba? I played her for like the first week after she came out. Kind of just fell off, not for any particular reason. I just, you know, haven't been playing it. Focusing on Xrd and Uni 2, streaming some games on here. I don't really like how, like, zoomed in Strive is, like how much screen space each character takes up. But I don't feel, like, strongly negative about it, I guess. It's just, I find other things more fun. Oh, you were hiding an arch under your body. Oh, wanted me to jump up here and deal the final blow on the top half. Enoch is kind of a girl boss.
My children, my beloved children.
All right, good luck with work calls. I'm sorry that they're making a dog do work calls.
I see you purified Ezekiel.
See
Now
ya.
what's left is the leader, Semyaza. Find him and put an end to this abominable tower. That way humanity would be free of this corrupt evolution, and the flood would be averted.
His
Good luck,
teeth.
Enoch. The fate of the world is in your hands. Enoch meets Ishtar on Arakiel's floor and purifies Ezekiel. Meanwhile, Arakiel himself is dead, his body strung upon an altar. Enoch heads for the realm of Semyaza, the final floor.
The final floor. Okay, so it'll just enter the stage if I don't press skip. I should have tried that sooner.
It's time to say farewell, Nev.
Neff.
So be it. Time to go.
So I guess Neff must have been one of Ezekiel's.
Hey. No. Nothing's wrong. What, you don't believe me? Just give us a little more time.
Okay.
The pain we suffered upon our descent is beyond your imagining. Several of our number did not survive it. Even so, our descent was not in vain. We have discovered mankind's limitless potential.
Let's take a veil. Let's take a veil. Oh, well, I got an arch. That's fine too.
Don't you understand? This tower is superior to the world God made. We, the Grigori, have helped humans attain their true potential.
I thought that was like an entrance that I could go in, the way that that diamond was positioned. It's becoming gray. How you doing, Ishtar?
I'm coming for you. Wait.
I can't let you win.
Whoa. This guy's got lasers too. Ooh. Ah! My arch! Nothing left to do but punch, I guess. Oh, never mind. I'm good. Okay, so Veil is not good against him. Maybe Arch is actually the preferred weapon. Yeah. You can't always see these rings, but sometimes they'll show them to you. Aw, I thought it was over. I thought you were done. Oh, yes, this ball. Ah, no. Okay. Nothing more terrifying than a slow projectile. Ugh.
No problem. Everything's fine.
Oops. Didn't mean to take that. Let's get my arch back. Don't mind me, Azazel. It's funny that he changes his facing, like, when time is stopped. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Okay. Ah! Oh, okay. I think I parried the projectile, which is awesome. Oh, there was another hit to that combo.
Your powers have grown, Enoch.
He's covered in flies.
But I'm still just warming up.
It's very unsettling the way that he's like jerking around. Nice thorax.
This isn't over. I'll finish you next time.
Oh. If we overboost, would that help? Okay, that does help a lot, actually. None of that funny shield business. I think it's back now, though.
Grown strong.
He's got these, like, tiny wings on the front of his body. Maybe we tried the veil. Okay, no, veil is certified bad.
I'll finish you next time.
Oh, 4, 5 shots, 6 shots. Okay, that's like twice as many as before. Maybe I need to use a strong attack.
It's time you learn your place.
Oh. Oh, shit. Right.
It's time you learn your place.
4, 5, 6. teleporting around so much like a bug. Like a bug would do.
No problem. Everything's fine.
Oh.
I'll finish you next time. It's time you learn.
I feel like most projectiles in this game get kind of blown up by jumping. Oh! His limbs are so long.
No problem.
He's good at kicking.
Everything's fine.
Your powers have grown, Enoch.
Yes, please help.
I can't let you win.
Now his eyes are gonna turn red. That was scary.
It's time you learned your place.
It's getting faster.
It's time you learned your place.
Oh, slow ball.
This isn't over.
Okay. Parrying is actually quite good against the charge. I just have to be more confident.
No problem. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. Oh god.
Allow me to help.
Yeah. I'd appreciate that. Oh. There we go.
For a human, you have become truly powerful.
Oh, those compound eyes.
Behold, my ultimate evolution. We are no longer mere fallen angels. Pathetic. The fallen angels are too weak.
I'm no longer a fallen angel. I'm a bug now. Big mouth on this one. Dark armor us. So this is what happened to him.
If your attacks are ineffective, that is the right time to change weapons.
Okay. Oh, his laser gun arm.
It's time to help Enoch.
Let's try the veil. Okay. That only leaves one option. Oh. Oh. So I think Gale attacks are not going to be effective anymore. I'll probably have to change to something else. Yeah, okay. Whoa. How many laser cannons did they give you down there?
No problem. Everything's fine.
The veil, maybe? Okay, time for veil. I can sneak in a quick purify. Oh!
No problem. Everything's fine.
Okay, we're blocking. Okay, we are no longer doing damage with the Veil. So now it's Arch time. I mean, you gotta respect the Arch. It's the weapon that's on the box art. It's kind of the canonical weapon. Yeah, this boss was introduced as Dark Armoros, so I guess after spending time in the darkness, he got like a head mouth that shoots lasers and gun arms that shoot lasers. Oh, mashing so hard because I've died so much in this stage. Gosh. Oh, everything does so much damage though. It's scary. Okay. Dodge. 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 Ah! Arboros, please! Please, I can't mash this hard. Ah, okay. I mean, I know about rapid fire recovery, but there's a lot of mashing. I died a lot. Let's see where the checkpoint is. I imagine it'll be from the start of that fight. Okay, no problem. Everything's fine.
That voice. Is it really Armoros?
Okay, so I already know the weapon order this time. Unless it's random, in which case I may have just screwed myself, but we'll see.
If your attacks are ineffective, that is the right time to change weapons.
Yep, it's not the same every time. Okay, Veil first. I mean, that's probably good. Get the slow weapon out of the way early. Ah, shit. Getting stun locked. The veil is ineffective. Big question is, can I block this? No! No, I can't! The, like, gigantic mouth head laser is kind of difficult if you don't have one of the weapons that has, like, a movement ability. Oh, fuck. I thought you were done, because I saw the weapons up here.
Everything's fine.
Oh god. I'm wasting so many of my hits. Okay, that's 2 down already. Okay. We're through the gale phase. Now I just have to be careful while I wait for the weapons to appear. Oh, this will be easier to dodge with the gale, at least. Because I have the air dash. One, 2, 3. There's weapons. Just need to not get too greedy with my attacks. Treat it like a Dark Souls boss. Ah, fuck. Oh, you swing that back so far. Oh, the invisible wall. Okay. Ah.
No problem. Everything's fine.
I am fully behind him, so there's no way he would shoot me here. Time to focus up. It's time to focus up. Oh, I just realized he doesn't have a tail anymore, so he probably can't do that tail swipe move. Oh, no way! No way!
No problem. Everything's fine.
There is no problem. And everything is fine. Oh, there he is! He's in there.
weapon.
God's weapon.
Don't give up. Keep moving.
No problem. Everything's fine.
Enoch.
My God's punches are also not effective.
Enoch. Here.
Okay, let's purify that bad boy. Still looking a little ineffective.
Unleash Uriel's power.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Kind of forget about that guy. Maybe I need to be far away and just like let Uriel swing on him. There we go. Kind of interesting way to fight. Oh, Uriel, you missed. We gotta get my boy out of there. Is this helping? Armoros? Is this helping? like I might be missing something, but maybe I'm not. Who knows? Kind of feels like it's not doing anything, but really not sure. What other ways can I use this power? Okay. I guess there's that move that I've never used before and didn't know existed. My bad. God works in mysterious ways. God's weapons are powerful indeed. That's him. That's El Shaddai.
It is difficult to lose a friend, but you cannot mourn him now.
That object is Semyaza's life support system. He should be inside.
Semyaza's life support system. How's it going, Fire Mountain?
His device should open if she draws near.
Doing okay, that's good.
You are the key. Approach the device.
I'm very close to the end of this game.
Release Semyaza.
That's right. Nothing. Zilch, not a speck of his soul to be seen.
Zilch.
Looks like their descent went wrong. Right from the very beginning. Uh-huh. Hold on a second. Enoch! Aren't you forgetting you still have work to do here?
Wait, put him on speaker. Put him on speaker. I want to talk to him.
And so, Enoch put an end to the corrupt tower the fallen angels had erected.
Yes, this tower
The
had
long reign of the fallen
spooky
angels
lava
came to an
eyes all
end.
over it.
Humans were freed from their false evolution. Along with his freedom, the Elders' plan to purify the world through a great flood was rescinded. Once again, people will freely make their own choices.
No more
as they head
flood.
down the natural road of evolution.
We've created a different timeline,
And we, the
different
archangels,
canon.
shall watch over them. For all eternity.
Okay, that's the game. I kind of want to look up some of these voice actors, because I don't think I've heard of any of them before. Yes, I think there's a little bit more that I sort of read up about between streams, but we'll get to that in a minute, because I'm not sure how it's handled. We'll consult the tomes really quick. It seems like Lucifel's voice actor, Jason Isaacs, has done a lot of smaller roles in American cartoons and some video games. Nothing that I know him for. Blake Ritson, the man who says, "No problem, everything's fine," is actually a character in Final Fantasy XIV, which is quite funny. He's got a couple characters in Xenoblade Chronicles and Xenoblade Chronicles 3 as well. Who else? Yeah, kind of a... The voice cast is sort of like people who haven't done a lot of other stuff, and that's always interesting. the dubcast, I should say. I have never listened to the Japanese audio for this game, so might have a different opinion if I looked at those. Yeah, I mean, honestly, with English voice casts, like, I feel like the pool of American voice actors, especially, is so small. You're just going to be hearing a lot of the same voices, and once you sort of, like, get your ears tuned to them, it's like, oh, yeah, that's whoever. That's Yuri Lowenthal, or whatever. Nothing against the man, but I've heard him so many times. Steve Bloom doing that one voice for the 10th time. You mean the, like, 100th time, the 1000th time? Best player, me.
Hey, sorry about last time. Yep, it's a wrap. This will probably be my last report from this end.
Always nice when they put you in the credits.
Okay, till next time.
But this is probably the only one where I've been credited as best player. And hey, you know, not to downplay my own abilities, but realistically speaking, I think there's probably better players of this game out there. I'm a very casual player. But for this particular playthrough, I was probably the best one. That was Armoros's Nephilim swimming away. You can now turn on-screen gauges on and off in the option selection. So when you beat the game, you unlock the HUD, which is pretty cool. Hard and extra difficulties, chapters and costumes, gallery and movies. Now this is the shit I was kind of excited about. The post-ending bonus content, Lucifer's Fall. So I'm going to have to go back to the game launcher for it. I don't actually know how it works, but what that is yeah, we'll let the intro rock again.
Let me tell you a tale. It took place 360,000.
There's some novels that got released for this game in Japan that were not translated before, but when they did the HD remaster and put it out on PC, they translated one of those and put it in as an unlock. So I'm actually pretty excited to look at that. It might be kind of funny to stream it, just like me reading a 140-page novel on stream. I mean, people like stream visual novels, so it's not that different. But I don't know how it's presented yet. I haven't looked at it.
But he was a pretty good guy.
Pretty good guy. Okay. So I kind of want to just peek in the gallery really quick. Some concept art. Nice one of the boys. This is that weird hand platform from the beginning of the game. The tower. Nice drawing of Enoch. His little midriff out. Lucifel. Azazel. Bug Azazel. Ezekiel. Her second form. Lucifel is just a guy. He's just a guy who's always on his phone. My man, Armoros. These are Enoch's different forms when he's evil. Even in the concept art, the faces of the archangels are eerily realistic. Yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, the art style for this game is very just like normal, I guess. Ishtar's really cool. I'm glad that she made an appearance. Nana and Neff. This is the leader of the Freemen. I don't think I actually met him. Lucifel kept saying I was going to meet him, but then I don't think I did. Some enemies. These guys look like fucking mooks from like a Sentai series, which is pretty much the role that they fulfill in the game too. This guy with the weird mouth. I like this one's design. Sort of like fan-shaped headpiece behind the helmet. I don't remember seeing this guy. Like Nautilus head. Some of these might not have actually been in the game, though. It's all just concept art. These guys are really cool. I like the way that their hair is rendered in the game. They got the fun particle effects on them. Oh, some, like, sculptures. Very cool. Environment design. This is a early game area, like maybe chapter 2, chapter 1. Yeah, I think the environment design is one of my favorite things about this game. It's just all very striking and unique. It's cool to be in a cool space. Sketch of the tower. Some storyboarding, maybe. Or just planning. This looks like something from that futuristic area. These techno shapes. March 23rd, 2009. Okay, we're back at the start. Let's see. gonna quit the game. And then this game actually has like a weird launcher after you press play in Steam. You have unlocked the post-ending bonus content, Lucifer's Fall. You may now download it from Clear Bonus section on the game launcher. Okay, so Clear Bonus. I guess I'll just describe what this is. There's like a menu here for Clear Bonus that says there's a special gift file, select a folder to save. So I'm going to save this file. Throw it in the documents. How is this handled on the 360 version? It wasn't, actually. This was like a separate book that you had to buy. So let me see if I can't share this. Just add a new source. Oh man. All right. I'm gonna make this work. There's no way in hell that you're gonna be able to read this at this size. This is 148 pages, so I may or may not get into it today. Bump up the zoom, maybe. Help. There we go. That should help. Chronicles of Seta, version Steam bonus booklet. So we've got Enoch and Lucifel's profiles here. Enoch is blood type A, in case you're wondering. 180 centimeters tall. Lucifel's a little bit taller than him. A simple farmer who is chosen by God to take up the post of scribe in the heavenly library. And Lucifel is an archangel who holds a position in heaven second only to God. Supports Enoch throughout the mission he was tasked with by God. Traveler of time. So I think the reason that Lucifel is dressed like this and that he has a cell phone, and also the reason that Enoch has these nice jeans, is because Lucifel brought them all from the future. He's like fascinated with the cool shit that humans have created. Those images of Gabriel, Raphael, Michael, and Uriel from early in the game. They put a 2D platforming section in front of this. Height chart for the archangels. Barakel is the tallest. Semyaza is the smallest. I guess, yeah, slightly shorter than Ezekiel. Pretty close, though. Okay. Due to budget restraints, El Shaddai's development was cut short, and Semyaza never appeared in the final scene of the game. The 3 short stories contained within this book are additions to the story, originally released in 2012, that couldn't make the final cut of the game. They detail what happened following the events of the game. For those who wish to read the story from the beginning, please click here. There's nothing to click, that's fine. This collection is the definitive version of the El Shaddai story, with new scenes and over 30 pages of artwork in each volume. So here's a amazon.co.jp link for the book that this is from, I guess. Some merchandise. I'm actually going to open these another time and see if there's anything there still. Okay. To those who would dream of an ideal, God grants a test called despair. Chapter 1, Semyaza's Dream. My name is Lucifel. To apprehend 7 fallen angels who betrayed him, God dispatched the pious Enoch as an emissary to their abominable tower. Each of the tower's 7 floors was controlled by one of the fallen angels. I went with Enoch as support and... Huh? What? You don't need to hear all this? That makes sense. You've already beaten the game, so yeah, you probably don't need a recap. Of course, if you haven't beaten the game yet, you should probably do that before you read on. Otherwise, you'll have no idea what's going on. Alright, all you folks who have beaten the game, or that have watched me beat the game, let's get this story started. I'm pretty sure you're all wondering what happened after the game ended. Well, I'd like to just start from where we left off. Changing the format from game to short story might take a bit of getting used to. Let's review, shall we? If you want to cut to what comes after, feel free to skip this part. After all, humans have the freedom of choice. I'm not going to stop you. Now, let's get started so we can reach El Shaddai's true conclusion. The story begins with Enoch defeating Ezekiel and putting the 6th floor of the tower behind him. As I saw him off, I whispered under my breath, "Looks like you've reached the final floor, huh?" Now all that's left are Azazel and Semyaza. Basically, he had the worst of the worst left to face. Mind you, he had made it this far. I was sure he'd be able to finish his mission. He had to. It would mean big trouble if he didn't. The 7th floor. At the highest floor of the tower, Azazel paced back and forth. First Sariel was defeated. Now Ezekiel. This was a total failure, an utter failure. Nothing short of disastrous. It's unthinkable that we, Grigori, whose name spread far and wide in heaven itself, would be made to look like fools by a mere human. Is it that human Enoch's youthful strength? Or is it because he's doing this as part of God's will? Regardless, I cannot allow him to continue. I have to put a stop to him no matter what. So here's that soul prison that we saw that was said to contain Semyaza, but we didn't actually end up seeing him. Azazel clenched his fist and turned his gaze towards an inverted pyramid floating in the sky. The pyramid emitted a light as blue as the ocean and hovered in the blackest of space. It was made of a material that could not possibly exist in the mortal realm. The ground that sprawled beneath was white and glowed a pale light. This place had become the final stronghold. Were Enoch to make it this far, it would mean defeat for Azazel and the other Watchers. He turned again towards the blue pyramid. Semyaza, I'll make your dream come true. I promise you this. Barakel had called the pyramid a life support system. Semyaza lay dormant within, biding his time until he was fully healed. There was no way of knowing how long it might take, and they were out of time. Azazel knew he had to put a stop to Enoch as soon as possible. Looks like it's up to me, he murmured. As he took a deep breath, a helmet with a single eye closed around his head. With a loud grunt, his body transformed into a swarm of flies that flew off to meet Enoch. So, the bug Azazel that we saw before. Here's a shot from the final chapter of the game, chapter 11. Countless black platforms resembling gravestones lined a void filled with red light. Enoch ran along one of the largest of those stones. Every now and then, the stones created a staircase which he used to climb higher and higher. Glowing red particles floated through the air like snow. The light radiating off of them gave the area its crimson hue. These are the souls of mortals that were sealed in the tower, I whispered to Enoch. When a mortal dies, their soul leaves their body and makes the journey towards heaven. But because of the veil surrounding this tower, these souls are eternally trapped in the mortal realm, unable to reach heaven. This is a gathering place for those lost souls. Enoch slowed his pace and looked at his surroundings. He felt that if he listened closely, he might be able to hear the resentment that those lost souls held. If you deactivate the tower and dispel the veil, Their souls will also be freed. Yet another reason why you have to settle this with Semyaza. Enoch gave a slight nod and pushed forward once more. Higher. Higher. He could barely make out the dimly lit ground at his feet. Even a single misstep could mean plunging hundreds of meters. Enoch suddenly grew worried about having left Ishtar behind on the 6th floor. Though Neph had absorbed most of the vileness from her body, she was still in danger. He hoped to bring an end to this as soon as possible so that he could return to her side. After some time, the area began to grow darker until it was swallowed up entirely. Enoch stopped running and scanned his surroundings. He heard the buzzing of countless flies approaching. Enoch. Azazel's deep voice called out to him from the darkness. I must commend you for defeating Ezekiel and making it this far. However, this is as far as you go. I'll ask you one last time. Why don't you turn back? Don't make me repeat myself. I must carry out God's will, stated Enoch resolutely. God's will. There's a phrase that takes me back. We too believed God's will to be absolute, and that he was infallible. A light pierced through the darkness as Azazel's watcher armor materialized. The helmet opened, revealing Azazel's face. He had the features of an old man, but his eyes were filled with a dreadful power. However, God has deceived us all. Enoch's face grew stern at Azazel's declaration. Where is your proof? This world is but one possibility. Yet another possibility exists, sealed away deep underground. And long before that, the first world that God created was abandoned as a failure. Yet the will of that world lives on in a single woman. That woman's name is... Azazel's mouth contorted into a sneer. Ishtar. Then there's a hand here. Maybe it's snapping. I'm not sure. On the 6th floor, Ishtar heard a voice calling out. She had heard it before. It was a mysterious voice filled with kindness. Come to me. At that very moment, the wall that had closed off the inner chambers parted with a rumble, creating an entrance for her. She could make out a staircase of light on the other side. Ishtar climbed to her feet. Though her body felt lighter than she had expected, she advanced slowly, dragging her legs. Don't be afraid. It's just as it was long ago. Let us look out over the rebirth of the world together. Ishtar was unable to resist the voice's call. She slowly began to climb the staircase of light. Ishtar. Enoch said the name as though in a daze. Her very existence was the cause of all this, Azazel continued. Our fall, too, was but one part of the world's rebirth. Enoch shook his head in disbelief. And now, the preparations are complete, Azazel bellowed. There was a rumbling from above them as the ceiling slowly opened. Countless weapons hung down from the ceiling. Arches, gales, and veils. The true battle is close at hand. These mass-produced weapons are based on the ones we stole from heaven. The time has come to use them to avenge our fallen brethren. Madness. What more could you call it? A reckless insurrection by those not chosen by God. A childish rebellion. Why? Enoch cried out. Why would you all, who were once Grigori, assist Belial? Is it because he saved your lives when you fell? Or do you truly hate God so? You still don't get it, do you? Azazel said calmly to the enraged Enoch. Humans long for evolution. As the world is reborn, humans will continue to evolve. They will breach the limits of the sky and gain the endless universe. You too are human, so tell me, why would you deny them their limitless potential? I would not deny them. However, potential is not something that is bestowed. It is something that one takes for oneself. Enoch's arc let out a flash of light. Then it looks like I have no choice but to destroy you. Azazel's helmet closed in around his head once more. He walked confidently towards Enoch and let loose a swarm of flies. Enoch shot up his hands to protect his face. Seeing his chance, Azazel leapt into the air and fell upon Enoch with a tremendous force, causing the ground to tremble and sending Enoch flying. Azazel followed closely with his fists. He punched him once, twice. As Enoch guarded against the blows and slowly inched backward, his leg brushed against something. A veil. It had fallen from the ceiling during Azazel's previous attack. Enoch snatched up the veil, purified it, and launched a counterattack. Azazel caught his punch and swept at Enoch's legs, but Enoch jumped into the air to dodge the sweep and slammed down a diving blow with the veil. The attack landed with a dull thud, making Azazel reel. Enoch took advantage of Azazel's broken guard by rushing in with a flurry of punches. Azazel's armor was slowly chipped away, piece by piece. Azazel had attempted to escape amidst a swarm of flies, but Enoch continued his attack. He picked up a gale that had fallen to the ground and swapped his weapon in pursuit of the fleeing Azazel. With a blast from the arching bullets of the gale, the last piece of Azazel's armor was stripped away. Azazel collapsed on the ground, coughing up blood. Though his hair was disheveled and his face contorted in pain, there wasn't a trace of hopelessness in his eyes. If anything, they burned with more confidence than before. Your powers have grown, Enoch. However, I refuse to let you win so easily. The next instant, Azazel's limbs bent back as though every bone in his body were breaking. A slew of horrendous snaps and pops rung out from within him, mixing with his voice as he cried out, "Look well upon this body, the body I obtained through our contract with Belial." A black mass resembling arms burst out from his stomach. It was a swarm of flies. His human shape was no more, as the swarm covered his flesh in their inky blackness. Oh no, this is... Enoch was filled with dread. Just as Sariel and Ezekiel before him, Azazel was using Belial's power to transform into his nether form. The swarming flies left Enoch helpless to stop him. Here's a little demonstration of how it all went down. I'm glad Enoch is still juggling weapons in the novelization. Yes, it's so good that they just novelized that entire fight. The horrible snapping and splintering sounds coming from within Azazel continued as the swarming flies fused with his body, swelling it to twice his size. The countless flies had become one with him. "Behold, my ultimate evolution!" His body stretched and compacted into a limp mass until it formed to make a massive black creature with 6 arms. His waist sunk in like a thorax, and his arms and legs grew long and spindly. His body was wrapped in hard, armor-like skin. On his head were two large insectoid eyes that glowed a blue light, and 2 antennae sprung out from the top. Now that I've assumed this form, there's no going back, but this is the only way I can stop you. Before he even finished his sentence, Azazel appeared before Enoch instantaneously, and landed a stomping kick, stronger than any Enoch had felt before. He was sent flying back. Ugh! Enoch struggled to his feet. The impact of the kick left him feeling dazed. Here's the Bugman, in case you missed it before. He's got his thorax here. His bug ass. Suddenly, Azazel's stomach opened, launching a fireball as large as Enoch's entire body. He had no time to dodge, and it engulfed him. Azazel used the opening to plant another explosive kick. Enoch's armor was blown away as easily as powdered sugar, leaving him standing in nothing but his jeans, at which point Azazel delivered the final blow. Enoch had reached his breaking point and fell to the ground as his life force drained away. Seeing him laying there like that, I snapped my fingers. Time was rewound to before Enoch was sent flying by Azazel's kick. This time, when Azazel appeared in front of Enoch, he saw the attack coming and hopped to the side to avoid the kick. He also foresaw the fireball attack and picked up a veil to guard against it, but he wasn't able to react in time to stop the oncoming rush that followed, and was batted away like a cheap plastic ball. What followed was another decisive kick. His armor shattered. He fell to the ground, dead. Once more, I snapped my fingers and rewound time. Enoch put up a better fight this time, but was killed again. Snap. Time rewinds. Enoch is killed. Snap. Time rewinds. Enoch is killed. He was killed over and over, and each time it happened, I rewound time. His soul retained the experiences, and little by little he was able to dodge every kick, predict Azazel's teleportation, and even reflect the fireball back at his foe. Hit by his own fireball, Nether Azazel's inky black skin began to crack and fall away. The vileness burst out of him like darkened blood as his body writhed in agony. How? How are you able to predict all of my attacks? Enoch himself had no idea why he was able to react to Azazel's attacks so quickly. Very well. If I can't defeat you like this, then I'll just have to evolve even further. That familiar grotesque sound of snapping and popping rang out from within Azazel's body as his limbs twisted around in all directions. The sight of it made Enoch shudder. Is he truly capable of transforming further? He thought to himself. It was a miracle that I was able to defeat this first transformation. If he were to get even stronger, I fear the worst. For once, Enoch doubted his own abilities. No great surprise, I guess. After all, he had barely snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. Of course, no matter how many times Nether Azazel transformed, all I had to do was rewind time until Enoch came out victorious. But Azazel didn't get a chance to complete his second transformation. A strange surging sound filled the area, and suddenly a large creature burst from the ground, taking Nether Azazel with it. Yes, they had to include the funny front kick. It's his special move. It's his most powerful technique. So, yeah, just some still images of the cutscene where Nether Azazel gets eaten by Dark Armoros, a whale. Enoch initially thought it was the large ocean mammal, but when it alighted and he was able to get a clearer look, he realized it was something completely different. It had a massive jaw resembling that of a whale, but it stood on two legs, had arms, and its body was covered in patterns resembling those of the other Nether Fallen that Enoch had fought. At the very center of its body was a spherical core, and each leg had two small blue orbs where one might expect the knees to be. As Azazel was devoured by the creature, his anguished voice cried out a name. Armoros. Armoros? This monster is Armoros? Enoch's eyes widened in horror. It wasn't completely out of the realm of possibility. After all, the patterns on its body were similar, and each fallen angel's nether form seemed to represent an animal associated with that individual. This whale-like creature seemed to fit perfectly with the ocean motif Enoch associated with Armoros. But why would Armoros do such a thing to Azazel? Looks like your buddy got tainted by the vileness on his trip to the darkness, just like you did, I explained as Enoch stood dumbfounded. In the back of his mind, memories of his time in the darkness stirred. A hellish nightmare one couldn't escape. A hellish nightmare one can't escape, where vile waters corrupt at every step. Armoros, or maybe it would be best to call him Dark Armoros, had completely forgotten himself. He put more force into his jaw as it clenched around Azazel. With a crunch, his body convulsed under the weight of Dark Armoros's jaw, and in the next moment, a sickening squelch. The jaw cut through its prey, and, as though guaranteeing a final blow, a massive energy beam fired from Dark Armoros's mouth, vaporizing what remained of Nether Azazel. Maybe it would be best to call him Dark Armoros at this point. It's not really the Armoros we know and love. Just just adjusting the scene there a little bit. Okay. So here he is. This is Dark Armoros. But Enoch didn't have time to get sentimental about Azazel's gruesome end as Dark Armoros slowly turned, seeking his next prey. Enoch was able to make out Armoros's human form in the core of the creature's chest. Though his eyes were empty, his mouth moved as though he were trying to say something. Please kill me. Enoch was aghast by the message Armoros was trying to convey. For someone who had shown Enoch so much friendship, to meet such a cruel fate was almost too much to bear. But Enoch knew that defeating his friend was the only way to save him. Yes, this is what it looks like when he stands up. Armoros is in here, in the core, and then he's got these two gun arms that can shoot lasers and energy bullets. Whoa! With all his doubts shaken away, Enoch faced down Dark Armoros. Around the same time, Ishtar had made her way through the 7th floor of the tower. As though in a dream, she slowly advanced in the place where wandering souls dimly lit the darkened ground. I have to get there. I have to get there. Ishtar repeated these words like a mantra in an attempt to push herself forward, but her voice was weak and raspy. The vileness continuously gushed out of her body. In her condition, she could barely manage to climb the steps leading upward. But the strange thing was, it seemed as though the floor was moving of its own volition, carrying her up towards the destination. The same voice from before called out to her. Just a little further until we meet, my beloved Istahar. Istahar? Ishtar was confused. The voice that called out to her had clearly called her Istahar. Was it mistaking her for someone else? Or maybe. She wondered if it was the voice of an angel. For all she knew, it might be a demon. But it didn't matter to her one way or the other. She refused to dwell on it, and instead pushed herself ever forward. Her memory was growing faint. She'd even forgotten why she was here and where she was going. All she could remember was the warmth of a certain Nephilim, the figure of a young blonde man, and... Ishtar suddenly slipped. But before she fell into the abyss, a hand reached out to grab her arm. It was small and white, like that of a child. The veil collided with Dark Armoros's side, stripping its skin, but the skin bulged back with a bubbling sound and repaired itself in an instant. Why? Why don't my attacks damage it? As Enoch looked on bewildered, a shrill sound rang out, and the machine-like parts attached to Dark Armoros's arms began to gather light. Before Enoch could react, the arms shot out 2 pale laser beams that assaulted him from either side. With nowhere to run, Enoch's body was scorched and burned away by the beams. I rewound time to the instant Enoch was attacked. I rewound time to the instant Enoch attacked with the veil. The scene replayed itself. Dark Armoros's torn flesh bubbled and regenerated, and Enoch stood looking on stupefied. But this time, he didn't falter. That isn't to say he foresaw the laser beams. No, he simply had the strangest feeling that he couldn't stand around wondering why his attacks had no effect. Light compressed around Armoros's arms, and after a moment, focused it into 2 beams. The beams converged on Enoch, who dodged and was able to avoid taking a direct hit this time, but the beams grazed his armor and shaved some of it off. Enoch heard Raphael's voice call out to him. Enoch, use this! For a moment, he could have sworn he saw a swan fly past him. Just then, a blue light in the shape of a heart covered the ground. When Enoch touched the light, his armor was completely restored. Uriel's reliable voice came next. Allow me to help. Enoch punched the ground with all of his might. Beams of light spread out from the impact of the fist, cracking the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. For a moment, Dark Armoros lost sight of him. Enoch used that opportunity to quickly hide behind some rubble. Dark Armoros went on the hunt with loud, lumbering steps. As Enoch watched on, waiting for his opportunity to strike, he noticed that the light emitted by the orbs on the creature's legs had turned green. That could mean something. Enoch picked up one of the gales that had fallen from the ceiling and launched into his attack. The gale's bullets connected with Dark Armoros's body and stripped away the skin, and this time it didn't recover. The large creature reeled in pain. Then the orbs on its legs changed to yellow, and the gale was rendered completely ineffective. So that's it. Enoch ran toward one of the fallen veils and slid across the ground to grab it. He equipped it and charged full force at his foe. Dark Armoros's inky flesh began to crack, and blue liquid gushed out of his body. Now knowing his enemy's weakness, Enoch launched into a counterattack. Every time a successful attack landed, the orbs changed color, and Enoch switched to a more effective weapon. It was a lucky break that so many weapons had been hidden away in the ceiling, but there was a finite amount, and Azazel's beam attack had just destroyed more than half of them. Just as the number of weapons was dwindling, Dark Armoros suddenly jumped up and plunged into the ground, disappearing beneath it. Enoch thought the ground had turned into water, but it remained solid. It seemed the darkness allowed Dark Armoros to dive into the ground as easily as water. He knew this meant trouble. There was no way to know where his opponent might attack from next. The only hint that Dark Armoros lurked beneath the surface was the faint rumbling sound he made as he moved around. As Enoch's eyes darted around nervously, Dark Armoros burst out of the ground beneath him and snatched him into his jaws, leaving no time to react. Enoch's life was crushed out of him between Dark Armoros's powerful jaws. The sight of it was enough to make me sick. I quickly snapped my fingers to rewind time, but each time Enoch still got shredded to bits. After countless retries, Enoch was finally able to see the patterns in Dark Armoros's actions. This time, when Dark Armoros burst out of the ground, Enoch was able to jump out of the way and dodge his massive jaw. As his foe began to dive back into the ground, Enoch launched an attack. I've got him now. Just as the thought entered his mind, Dark Armoros started destroying the weapons on the ground with his laser beams. Enoch panicked and used Uriel's power to try and stop him, but it was no use. The final arch disintegrated in his hands. It was possible for me to turn back the clock to a point before the weapon was destroyed, but doing it while Enoch was still alive was too risky. Sure, he wouldn't remember what happened before I rewound time, but there was always the chance that some of the experience would etch itself onto his soul, so until he was killed, my hands were tied. But now Enoch had no more weapons, and Dark Armoros was battered and bruised, unable to deliver the final blow. Their fight had reached a stalemate. At the rate things were going, I could only stand idly by. Just then, a voice called out from afar, "Enoch!" Enoch and I turned around at the same time. Dark Armoros also stopped in his tracks. There stood Ishtar, vileness gushing out from her body. Actually, it's hard to really call what she was doing standing. Her shoulders were slumped, and it was more like her feet were welded to the ground. In her hand, she weakly gripped a corrupted arch. "Here, use this." Ishtar used what little strength she had left to throw the arch. It spun through the air towards Enoch, who caught it and held it aloft. A cleansing light shone from his right hand as the hilt of the arch returned to its pure white color, and the blade glowed an aquamarine light. Real lack of utilizing the medium by not describing the armor being stripped from Enoch with several paragraphs, TBH. Well, maybe there's some fanfic for you for that one. Seeing the newly cleansed weapon his opponent now held caused Dark Armoros to falter. Enoch capitalized on this brief opening, lifting the arch and rushing Dark Armoros with all his might. "Yes, go Enoch, now's your chance!" Uriel roared excitedly, and his fiery power welled up within Enoch. The arch's blade cut into the creature's lower jaw, and glowing blue liquid gushed out. It cut deeper and deeper into Dark Armoros until it sliced all the way through, severing the lower jaw from his body. But the arch still overflowed with power. From there, it carved from within the beast's body and up through his upper jaw, slashing it clean off. The energy within Dark Armoros' body was out of control, and he was no longer able to build up enough to shoot a beam. He was also too weak to dive into the ground. Hoping to put an end to the fight, Enoch focused energy into the arch, and was on point to purify Armoros' soul. But suddenly, a deep voice that shook the very ground called out, "I can't let you do that, Enoch." Enoch had heard the voice before. It was Belial. "I won't let you have him, Enoch. His soul belongs to me." The darkness miasma covered the battlefield, and a metallic clanging rang out as Belial appeared in the form of a small wisp. "No! Armoros!" Enoch rushed towards Dark Armoros, but his massive body was already being dragged into the ground. He cried out his friend's name once more, but it was already too late. Armoros looked out from within the core of the beast, and their eyes met. "Enoch, thank you." Armoros silently mouthed his final words to Enoch. As the core was swallowed up by the ground below, the jaw that Enoch had severed also disappeared, and the otherworldly miasma slowly began to clear. Before long, the battlefield fell quiet, as though nothing had even happened. "No!" Enoch fell to his knees and punched the ground as he lamented his own powerlessness. Here's like an illustration of Lucifel and Enoch mourning. Kind of a funny picture of him. And more shots from in the game. I approached him from behind and gave him some modest words of comfort. "Hey, don't beat yourself up about it. Besides, there's someone else you've got to focus on right now." I shot a glance towards Ishtar. A look of sudden realization flashed across his face, and he jumped to his feet to rush over to her. He gingerly laid a hand on her back and helped her sit up. Then he slowly and carefully purified her. A pale light washed over Ishtar's slender body and neutralized the vileness. The two of them sat together, bathed in that mysterious light. Looked like something out of a fairy tale. Here's the purification process. After a while, the light gently faded away, and Ishtar regained her calm and healthy disposition. Perhaps if he were Serial, he would have pulled her into a passionate embrace. But Enoch was different. Instead, he gazed at her with those serene eyes of his and said, "Thank you, Ishtar. If it weren't for you, I'm certain all would have been lost." Ishtar returned his gaze, yet her eyes had a fire in them. "Enoch, I was born to guide the legendary hero. It is my duty to be of service to you." Enoch fell silent and simply nodded, and they both stood up together. The strength in their postures belied the ordeals they had just both been through. "Semyaza is still hidden somewhere on this floor," Enoch announced. "We must find him." Ishtar nodded. "Right. It looks like we can exit over there." Sure enough, there was a circular opening carved out of the wall. Ishtar seemed to be fully healed by now as she marched towards the exit, leaving Enoch behind. It was just like how she used to behave when she was little Nana. Enoch strained a smile and chased after her. An empty void awaited them on the other side of the hole in the wall. A blue circle adorning the floor was the only source of light. Enoch followed Ishtar inside, and the opening disappeared behind them, leaving no way to exit. They steeled their resolve and stepped into the blue circle. Just as soon as they did, another blue circle appeared before them. The moment they moved into the circle, the first circle disappeared. They moved from circle to circle, as though they were being guided by someone. Despite how much they had advanced, the area remained pitch black. Just as they began to think they'd walked into a trap of some sort, the next circle appeared and something was floating above it. It was a large inverted pyramid, Semyaza's life support system. What is this thing? Enoch and Ishtar both looked up at the large object, completely dumbfounded. Keeping an eye on Ishtar, I leaned in and whispered, "This is Semyaza's life support system," in Enoch's ear. "His what?" replied Enoch, startled. Ishtar turned to him with a puzzled look. After all, she couldn't see me. "Semyaza is inside this thing," he said, repeating what I had told him. Semyaza. As soon as the name left her lips, something seemed to stir inside of her, like some faint and distant memory she could no longer recall. Enoch readied his arch. "Better get ready, Enoch." As he took in my warning, Enoch tensed. Suddenly, light flooded the area surrounding the pyramid. Enoch hurried to prepare his weapon. The pyramid's 4 sides slowly opened with a murmur. One side peeled away from the structure, then another, and another, each disappearing in turn until all 4 sides had opened up. Once the final side was shed, we could see inside, but Semyaza was nowhere to be seen. And then my cell phone rang. I picked up. That's right, nothing. Zilch. Not a speck of his soul to be seen, I reported, as I glanced over to where the life support system had been a moment ago. On the other end, of course, was God. Looks like their descent went wrong and his soul burned out. Or maybe he got absorbed into the darkness just like Armoros. Hold on a second. I took the phone away from my ear and turned to Enoch. "Enoch, aren't you forgetting you still have work to do here?" As soon as I said that, I disappeared. Work to do, huh? Ishtar had also disappeared. Enoch was at a loss as to what to do next. Did Lucifel take Ishtar with him? He wondered, somewhat exasperated. Honestly, for him to come all this way and tell me the rest is up to me, he never changes. Regardless, Enoch regained his composure and decided to get to work. That's right. His final task was to deactivate the tower. Once he did that, the souls trapped within would be freed, and the people of the world could once again know true freedom. Of course, the hard part was going to be finding whatever device controlled the tower. Once Semyaza's life support system disappeared, the only thing left in that dark void was the blue circle Enoch stood on. There was nothing for him to do but move forward. Enoch left the circle and began advancing through the darkness. Darker, darker, and darker still. No matter how much he walked, all that greeted him was more darkness. The blue circle glowed weakly, leagues behind him. After a while, it would likely be snuffed out like a candle, consumed by the darkness. Anxiety suddenly filled his heart, but Enoch continued on. Michael's words crept into Enoch's mind. The most important thing is moving forward. Even if your feet are frozen in place, as long as your heart forges ahead, the way will open. Remembering these words instilled him with hope. Then, suddenly, the darkness came to an end. As though he had passed through an invisible barrier, Enoch was now in a completely different space. What is this place? It looked like a room out of some old stone building, and was littered with strange objects Enoch had never seen before. Some of them were made of metal, while others were made of materials he couldn't identify. Had Enoch been more scientifically minded, he might have known that the objects in question were a smelting furnace and a laser cutter. The room was also cluttered with smaller objects like sunglasses, opera glasses, and the like. And in the very back of the room, it was waiting. The tower's control panel. It was a small 20 centimeter by 30 centimeter box made of fine metal with a panel attached inlaid with small buttons. Each button had a strange character written on it. Besides the box was another metallic box adorned with a pane of glass that glowed faintly. On the glass he could make out pictures and writing. The pictures and writing weren't etched into the glass, but rather were being displayed on it. Taking a closer look, Enoch noticed that the words Tower Control System were displayed on the glass. If I had been by his side, I would have told Enoch that the device was called a computer, but Enoch was a smart guy. He recalled knowledge that he had gathered at the Heavenly Library. If I remember correctly, I have to use a mouse to move this cursor. Enoch found a small device that fit snugly in his hand and used it to move the cursor on the screen. He brought the small arrow to hover over the words, shut down. When he clicked on them, new words were displayed on the screen. Disable the tower's control system, Y/N. Enoch took a deep breath and looked carefully over the console for a button labeled Y. When he found it, he pressed it down with his index finger. More words appeared on the screen. Please enter the password. A small box was displayed under the words, and a thin line flashed within the box as though urging Enoch to type something in. It seems I'm meant to input something here. Enoch sighed. He assumed that unless he typed the right characters, he would not be able to deactivate the tower. First, he tried typing Semyaza, but nothing happened. The screen changed. Incorrect password. Please try again. Next, he tried Grigori, tower, and a host of other words that popped into his mind, but all of them were wrong. Finally, out of ideas, he typed in Ishtar. And then he heard a large rumbling, and the words tower deactivated were displayed on the screen. A blinding light erupted from the screen, and before he knew what had happened, Enoch was standing at the very top of the tower. The veil that covered the tower disappeared, leaving the clear blue sky above him. One by one, the 7 eyes that adorned the tower's walls closed. I just want to say, it's good that they password protected the tower shutdown system, but it's also kind of fucked up that you can just like try as many times as you want and it doesn't like lock you out or anything. I mean, I guess it's good for Enoch and for humanity, but just kind of funny. Okay, I didn't actually notice that there were 7 eyes on the tower before, but that totally makes sense. So this is the end. Enoch felt as though a massive weight had been lifted from his chest. He hadn't been able to retrieve the souls of Barakel, Armoros, Azazel, or Semyaza, but at the very least the fallen angels would no longer be able to cause the world any harm. All the Nephilim had been exterminated, which only left Arakiel on the 5th floor. Enoch would purify him on his way out of the tower. Now the Council of Elders would no longer need to flood the world. What a long journey. That was all Enoch could think as he looked up at the vast blue sky. Then there came a voice. So in the end, none of us were spared. Enoch could have sworn that the voice came from just behind him, but when he turned, there was no one there. The voice called out again. Were we simply punished for having betrayed God? Was all of this truly necessary just to force us to learn our place? Suddenly, the area surrounding Enoch melted into darkness. He had returned to where Semyaza's life support system had been. The circle under his feet glowed in a hollow blue light. Was this a dream? Or perhaps an illusion? No sooner did these questions arise in his mind when the voice called out once more. It's been a long time, Enoch. Remember me? That voice. It can't be. A single name arose from the depths of Enoch's mind. Semyaza. Little picture of Semyaza from part of him. Chapter 2, Deactivation of the Tower. That's right. I am Semyaza. Enoch felt a chill run along his spine. Semyaza? So he really wasn't dead? Oh, he's so big compared to Enoch in this shot. From within the void, a massive object flew at Enoch with a tremendous speed. It was a huge pillar that was almost twice as thick as Enoch was tall. He dodged it in a flash, and it crumbled behind him with such force the ground beneath him shook. The impact kicked up a cloud of dust around him. "I've been watching you fight," Semyaza continued. "I've been right by your side this whole time." Another pillar flew at Enoch. "You're far too strong. Azazel, Ezekiel, Sariel, and even Armoros. You've defeated all of my fallen brethren, even as they use their nether powers. How are you able to make it this far without so much as a scratch? How?" Enoch was taken back by Semyaza's question. Hello. Good drawing of him. He's right. How was I, a mere human, able to defeat the fallen angels as I did? He hadn't noticed it until now. Sure, he had the help of the archangels, but that didn't explain everything. Was it God's divine protection? Or something else? He let his guard down for a moment and took the full force of a pillar. The pillar stuck into the ground, crushing Enoch. Therefore, I snapped my fingers and rewound time to before the pillar hit him. They didn't notice. It always cracks me up. Same old song and dance. It didn't matter how many times Enoch got killed. I just needed to rewind time to before it happened. And after countless retries, he'd wise up and learn how to dodge Semyaza's attacks. And then he'd win. So time rewound to before the pillar hit Enoch. But this time, the scene played out totally differently. What was so different? Well, there was a body of light resembling a person standing there now. I had seen it on Barakel's floor too. It was a mysterious astral body. It called out to Enoch through his thoughts. Become aware of Lucifel's powers and obtain your true strength. You are an angel by pact, the one who will be the bridge between angels and humans. Once you know the truth, you will awaken to your true self. I got the feeling that the astral body calling out to Enoch was Methuselah, but Enoch couldn't make sense of the words he was hearing. Next came Semyaza's voice. "Allow me to show you where I am." I was worried adding my voice to the chorus would only confuse him, so I stood by and silently watched the scene. Then a large object approached Enoch, but this time it wasn't a pillar. It was a massive tentacle. It appeared as if from nowhere, grabbed Enoch, and pulled him away at lightning speed. It all happened so fast that Enoch couldn't comprehend what had happened, and within seconds, he was dragged from the tower by the colossal tentacle. Is this? When his eyes opened, he realized that he had been pulled all the way out of the tower. The massive structure rose up over a sprawling city, reaching all the way to heaven. That was when he noticed that the tentacle constricting him was attached to the tower. It was a deep azure color and rock hard, and was just one of 8 tentacles that came out of the base of the tower. He remembered seeing them on his way in, but the fact that they had been immobile made him think that they were simply decorations. Now they had lengthened several times their original size and squirmed around as though they were alive. "You were within me this whole time," Semyaza's voice called out. "This tower is my body." The eyes adorning the walls of the tower opened up again, and all 7 of them glared at Enoch. Enoch lifted the arch and cut at the constricting tentacle. It oozed vileness out of the gash the arch left and released him. "I'm falling!" Illustration of Enoch getting squeezed by a tentacle. Here in the firework eyes zone from the start of the game. That's when things got even worse for him. The ground beneath him caved in, belching up a cloud of dust. The buildings surrounding the tower were swallowed up by the earth, and in their place arose a massive spherical object. The worst possible player had just come to the field. "You're just in time, Belial. Semyaza's voice rang out. The large sphere gleamed silver in the sunlight and exuded an aura of flame. Its entire surface was covered in spiked gears that spun rapidly as it slowly rose out of the ground. Though the worst had already come to pass, Enoch regained his composure as he fell and landed on his feet. He stood on Belial's surface and looked to the tower. The eyes were all spitting out airships that were making their way towards him. It was hard to tell from where he stood, but the airships were massive and covered with familiars and martyrs. Once the airships were over Belial, hundreds of figures aboard leapt off and landed on its surface. Several of them were torn to shreds by the rotating gears, but most of them landed safely and immediately rushed Enoch. So yeah, we actually saw this cube here before in the darkness when we were playing as Armoros. So I guess this was Belial. Enoch fought them back with his arch, but there were so many that he couldn't fight them all away. They advanced on him, pushing him towards the spiked gears. It's no use, Enoch. The gears gnashed at his back, and the familiars surrounded him. With mere centimeters separating him from the gears, he knew he would be ripped apart if he didn't act fast. With little room for error, Enoch stole a veil off an Ezek V and quickly used it to shield against the gears. The spiked gears scraped at the veil, causing sparks to fly. The martyrs that rushed in to attack from either side were sucked into the gears and instantly ground up into a paste. Their blood spurted all over Enoch, staining his white armor and jeans. Another group of martyrs followed closely behind, and then another. This is bad. Enoch leapt from Belial and landed on a midair roadway. The martyrs followed closely behind, and a fierce battle ensued. Enoch stole a gale from one of them and attempted to keep them at a distance, but his enemies flooded in from above and from the tower as well. The airships dropped their bloodthirsty cargo directly onto the platform. He was surrounded. I told you that it was no use. Luckily, the roadways formed a labyrinth near the tower, which Enoch dashed through and used to lead the attacking martyrs where he pleased. He purified the martyrs one by one, but there was no end to them. Not even Enoch could make it out of the fray unscathed, and his armor was slowly chipped away, piece by piece. Raphael, in the form of a swan, tried his best to mend Enoch's armor with his light of blessing, but he just couldn't keep up. Uriel too lent his power to Enoch, but no matter how many enemies he defeated, they were replaced moments later by countless others. Take a right at the next road, guided the swan. Then jump down and run to the left. Gabriel tried to guide him in her swan form as well, but Enoch had no idea where he was running to or from. Nevertheless, the enemies seemed to dwindle in number to the point where he was able to catch his breath, but that brief repose proved his downfall. A tentacle swept in from the side to attack him. Enoch was caught completely off guard and sent flying. The force of the blow was strong enough to send him back up towards Belial, his body completely doubled over. Next, all 8 tentacles swept in to attack him at once. Once they caught up to him, they stabbed into his body. Then they pulled him towards Belial and slammed him into the rotating gears. Enoch was sucked into the gears, and his body was ground up in an instant. It tore through his divine armor as though it were made of brittle plaster. He was mashed into fleshy chunks that were scattered about the area. Looks like your time is up, Enoch. Semyaza's gloating was really starting to get on my nerves. I lifted my arm to snap my fingers, but before I could rewind time, I felt something grab my arm. When I turned to see what it had been, it was the astral body I had seen earlier. Huh? Are you trying to tell me I shouldn't help him? This time, I knew for sure that it was Methuselah. So here's the astral body. We did see this person briefly before, back when I think they were saying some stuff about Enoch not having his true power yet. All right, I got it, I told him, and slowly lowered my arm. Once you figure this out, you might just make a miracle happen, Enoch. I'll be looking forward to what happens next. The rest is up to you. Within Enoch's waning consciousness, he searched through his memories. He tried to tie together all of the inconsistencies of the past and mold them over one by one. The battle against the fallen angels, falling off platforms, massive pillars, impossible odds in battle, the fire Nephilim. So just some flashbacks here. I was certainly able to narrowly avoid death countless times, but there's something off about it. It all went too smoothly. Even though I could avoid the various dangers I came up against, it feels like I can clearly remember the times when I wasn't able to avoid them. Almost as if I've died before, almost as though someone saved me. But who? Become aware of Lucifel's powers and obtain your true strength. That, Enoch's a real piece of work. To think he would have remembered Methuselah's words. Lucifel, of course, it's been you all along. His doubt quickly changed to belief. If you can move through time, that means you might also be able to reverse events that have already occurred. It all makes sense now. I should have known he'd figured it out. The path he had walked was only one of many possibilities, but he felt the other possibilities, being killed by the fallen angels, falling off platforms to his death, dying in battle, looping over and over, spreading his self across multiple dimensions. And then, a nearly endless amount of memories poured into Enoch's soul, and he regained the countless moments he had experienced before each reset. He had also regained the knowledge of his hundreds, if not thousands, of deaths. And once he regained that knowledge, fear, sadness, and despair, they all seeped into his soul, tearing it apart. I guessed that was the end of it. It looked like I had no choice but to turn back time again after all. I wondered if his soul would ever be able to recover from the shock it had sustained as I raised my fingers and brought them together. Just then, Belial's gears began to rotate backwards, and right before my very eyes, something took place that mortals might call a miracle. It was like watching a film stuck on rewind. First, countless chunks of flesh gathered up from around the gears and slowly came together in the form of Enoch's body. Then, the tentacles that had stabbed into his body pulled away, and the wounds sealed themselves up. No doubt, this miracle was Enoch's powers at work. Enoch rewound time to the moment before the tentacle had knocked him into the air. When time flowed normally once again, Enoch didn't hesitate. He gripped the tentacle, hoisted it over his shoulder, and pulled. The tentacle stretched out like a piece of cheap rubber before ripping straight off the main body. Enoch tossed the tentacle he had torn off towards Belial. It was huge, about as big as 2 floors of the tower, and it collided with Belial. The impact was loud as thunder, and sent Belial hurtling all the way into town at the base of the tower. The large orb-like creature fell onto the buildings, fully obliterating them and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Enoch turned to face the tower, and another tentacle moved in to attack him. He grabbed it with one hand and swept his other hand over it to purify it. The tentacle filled with light and slowly transformed into a gigantic arch. "This power!" Semyaza screamed. "It can't be!" Talk about amazing. Enoch had awoken to his true power, matter manipulation, the ability to alter the material structure of any matter at will. God's weapons have no weight, so Enoch was able to wield the massive arch with ease. One by one, he chopped off the tower's tentacles. So here he is, gripping one of the tentacles. Is the implication that Lucifel is the reason behind is the reason the actual game is so lenient. Yeah, I guess so there. When you die and, like, mash buttons to revive, there is, like, a snap sound effect. And yeah, it's like, Lucifel says some stuff about how Enoch taking this whole journey, it, like, takes a really, really, really long time, but it's not really a matter of if he's going to complete it, it's more of when. Because, yeah, Lucifel is basically second in power to God, so he's just helping Enoch out the whole time. He was never going to fail as long as he keeps trying. First one, then another, and another. No, stop it, Enoch. Gah! One after another, he chopped the tentacles at the base where they connected the tower, and each fell with a massive sound, kicking up waves of dust. Once he had cut off all the tentacles, he felt a raging enmity focused upon him. He turned to see Belial rushing in his direction, tearing up the ground as he went. Gears shot out from the large orb towards Enoch, who reached out his hand and used matter manipulation to transform the gears into veils. Belial's body flew in close to try and slam Enoch into the walls of the tower. Enoch held up his massive arch just in time to block the blow and used it to try and push Belial back, but Belial kept spinning, gradually pushing Enoch towards the tower. Suddenly, Enoch cast aside his weapon and reached up his hands up towards the sky. The wind died away and the area grew suddenly quiet, as though time had come to a standstill. Then a thunderous sound rang out, and the sky above them cracked and shattered like a pane of glass. The shattered sky fell into countless tiny fragments that caught the light and glittered like diamond dust. A large structure that resembled an island descended from the empty space left in the sky. The massive floating island was a symbol showing the natural way of the world. "It can't be," Semyaza sputtered. "Seta?" The lenses attached to the bottom side of Seta's landmass fired out countless blue lasers that entrapped Belial. Seta continued its descent upon the now immobile Belial, crushing him against the ground. Belial was shoved deeper and deeper into the earth under the weight of the massive island. He spun his spiked gears desperately in an attempt to fight back, but they didn't leave a single scratch on the floating fortress. The flaming aura surrounding Belial melted the ground into a swamp of magma, and he sunk into it. Gah! Belial's anguished screams grew more and more distant, and then silence. Enoch hadn't noticed it until now, but the mysterious astral body had floated up next to him. "You've finally awoken to your true strength. Seta was one of the foundations of the world that God cast aside, and it shall become your strength. Now, hop aboard and finish what you've started." Enoch jumped onto Seta, and as soon as he had landed, it floated upwards as though it could understand exactly what he wanted it to do. The cut-up sections of the tentacles had been gushing vileness, and were using it to heal themselves. "This is bad," Methuselah warned. "You must burn the tower's eyes before the tentacles can regenerate themselves." "But how?" Enoch looked around, trying to catch his bearings, but I could tell he didn't need my help anymore. So yeah, I guess this is what Seta looks like. Got these things down here to shoot lasers out of. "Don't worry," said Methuselah. "All you have to do is will it, and Seta will attack for you." With that, Enoch willed Seta to scorch the tower's eyes. Seta began to move in response. The structures resembling shells atop it began to glow brightly and then shot an incinerating heat ray. Grrr! The beam hit the tower's lowest eye, cutting it from top to bottom and searing it right off. The scorched mark left behind by the beam glowed orange and gushed out vileness in a thick, pitch-black goo. The beam focused on the second floor's eye and cut it off in a similar fashion, but by then the tentacles had almost fully regenerated themselves. Almost like they were being controlled by someone else's will, you say? Well, that'll be cleared up soon enough. The heat ray continued to the third floor, and then the fourth, burning off the eyes as it went, until it finally reached the seventh, where something strange happened. The countless protrusions from the top of the tower bulged, changed shape, and suddenly attacked Seta. At first, I thought they were devices used to create the veil that covered the tower, but upon closer inspection, it turned out that they were entombing Semyaza's corpse. "Your power is incredible," Semyaza said, "but you won't take me down that easily. At the very least, we will greet annihilation together." When Enoch had finally reached the top of the tower, the device he found there was Semyaza's true body. It had several dark red tubes that stretched along the seventh floor of the tower like blood vessels. They slithered throughout the rest of the tower like a nervous system. And as hard as it may be to imagine, those tubes eventually stretched out from the base of the tower as 8 tentacles. That was why they were still able to regenerate after Enoch had taken out the controlling eyes. There was no time to stand around overthinking things. Now that his cover had been blown, the objects protruding from Nether Semyaza's body turned into spears and shot towards Seta. Realizing they were heading straight for him, Enoch took off at a run and leapt from Seta. He landed in front of the tower. One of the protrusions attacked him and pierced his body. Then another, and another. 10. No. 20. Countless protrusions rushed in to attack him. Dodging them would have been pointless, as all of them found their mark. It was a terrible sight. In the next instant, they tore his body to pieces until its original form was unrecognizable. Then they pulverized his flesh until he had been reduced to a substance finer than dust. In the end, the only thing that was left of him was his DNA floating on the breeze. When the protuberances and tentacles swept the area to make sure the job was done, one after another they shriveled, dried up, and crumbled away. "Enoch," I called out to him. "I get it too, you know. God's will. Looks like you sacrificing yourself was his hope all along. At your most desperate moment, yearning for salvation and answers, you finally understood my powers and accepted your own fate. And now you've been annihilated, leaving nothing but dust. Most people would lose all hope by now, choose peaceful oblivion. What about you? Are you done already? No more miracles from you?" It wasn't really like me to try and instill hope in someone like that. Time floated past silently. Even Semyaza's voice had grown silent. I guess he was already prepared to meet his end. And then all of the souls that couldn't be freed from the tower began floating back up. Enoch's disembodied awareness wandered within the pitch-black void. There played infinite memories. The darkness crept deep, deep into his soul. Enoch. Dying together is a truly beautiful thing for humans to do. It looks like I won't be able to return to heaven. Our souls will all likely be sucked into Belial. It's over, Enoch. We have nowhere left to go. In that hopeless place, unable to get help from me or to use his own powers, he felt Semyaza's thoughts flowing into him, and then a long silence. It may have only lasted a few minutes, but after the battles he had fought, the silence seemed to stretch on to infinity. And I guess it was there, in that seemingly endless moment, that Enoch came to realize what he was meant to do. All human beings must rely on each other if we are to accomplish anything, if we are to save mankind. These were not the words of a dying man, but a realization that his ability to absorb everything had expanded beyond comprehension. With that, Enoch's soul became saturated with all of the sorrow and despair of this world. It seeped into him, and together they transformed into particles of light. Those particles of light moved in unison to enact a single intention. It is time. It was impossible to tell whether those words were spoken or if they were a manifestation of pure intent. In the next moment, the countless particles of light mixed with his DNA to form new cells. In the blink of an eye, the cells of light formed together in the shape of Enoch's body. That very same instant, the souls that had been trapped in the tower were freed from their imprisonment. It almost looked like an illusion. Enoch's hand formed a massive aura of light that swept over the tower, purifying it. Arakiel's soul, now a water Nephilim. Barakel's soul, devoured by the Nephilim. Azazel's soul, destroyed by Armoros until all that remained was his head. All were purified. Their voices echoed in harmony. It is time. The hand of light passed over them all, purifying them. It was even able to pull up Armoros' soul from the darkness to purify it as well. So, tower being purified. I do like all of these original illustrations. I wonder if these were intended to be like concept art for stuff that they wanted to put in the game, or if they drew these later for these novels. Not really sure. And finally, Enoch appeared in the flesh in front of Semyaza. He stretched his arm out towards Semyaza's soul, which had lost its body and was on the verge of despair. Come. It is time. But unlike the others, Semyaza showed no sign of going along. You have reawakened Seta and accomplished God's will by awakening to your true strength. Istahar. No. I suppose she is now known as the inheritor of Ishtar's soul. She has been taken to safety. So I wish for you to tell her something for me. She is the descendant of the will of Julia, the previous world, and has come here to watch over Seta and Ruta. I suppose that greater purpose to her existence is what I fell in love with. Semyaza. Seta has already made me aware of all that. I will pass on this message and with it your feelings for her, but she may already be aware of it all. Semyaza chuckled at Enoch's answer. Enoch, am I truly destined to be sealed in the hand of Michael? Is that truly my fate? You ask me what I do not know. Enoch's consciousness seemed dismayed, so I called out to it. Don't worry yourself over that, Enoch. You were able to purify the fallen angels and even seal Belial, so God's got high praise for the work you've done. Semyaza was enrobed in light and sent to the place where souls are imprisoned. Looks like it's all over, Enoch. You've awoken to your role as an angel by pact. But why not kick back and live as a mortal for a while? Share the joys and sorrows of life with Ishtar, raise children, and all that mortal stuff. God says you should give it a try. Enoch turned and stared at me for a moment before giving a small nod. And then, he was the only one left standing in that place. There was a terrible rumbling as the tower began to crumble into the ruins where Belial had sunk into the ground. Enoch took one of the tentacles he had torn off the tower and turned it into a large obsidian obelisk which he planted into the rubble. With that, Belial was sealed for good and would never again move from that place. Enoch suddenly realized that he was in a vast grassy field. The fresh scent of the grass tickled his nostrils. Where am I? He could remember watching the tower crumble, but nothing else. Enoch stood and surveyed his surroundings. In the never-ending carpet of green, he could make out the figure of someone who had collapsed. He made his way towards them. It was Ishtar. She was on her back, and her gentle breathing made it clear that she was sleeping. Enoch was careful not to wake her as he sat down at her side. He waited patiently for her to awaken. A gentle spring breeze blew in, and it eased his tired soul. His long journey was finally at an end. The Council of Elders' plan to flood the human world was cancelled, and God bestowed upon him a reward. He was to live out his remaining days as a mortal. My phone rang. Yeah, it's over now. This is going to be the last time I report from the mortal realm. Alright, see ya. Thus ended Enoch's 365-year journey. God is always telling people to raise kids and other mortal stuff. True. Chapter 3, Lucifel's Fall from Grace. I wonder how many times I've watched a scene like this one play out. God used his powers to bring down the Tower of Babel before my very eyes. Now that I think about it, last time was right before I went to meet Enoch. God called me at the last minute, and it made me miss the last few moments. But this time, I got to kick back and watch till the very end. After Semyaza and his group of fallen angels were apprehended, countless other angels had chosen to fall, and it was always my job to take care of them. Must have been hundreds of them, maybe even thousands. After apprehending so many fallen angels, a single question began to creep into my mind. Why would so many angels choose to fall like this? At the time, I had no way of realizing just how dangerous a thought that was. The truth's always hiding where you least expect it. Let's see. I wonder what time period I should visit next. I was taking a trip through time and trying to think of the best temporal destinations to visit. On some random 1980s TV station, a guy whose face reminded me of Sariel was rocking out on an old CRT TV. The background was your typical 80s neon synthwave mess. I sat down, rested my chin in my palm, and sighed. I just don't get humans. They're just so complicated. Why do they lie? Why are they always so unhappy with the present? Always chasing far-off dreams? Is chasing a dream really that big of a deal? To someone who'd visited every time period like I had, it all seemed like such a waste of time. Just as I was reaching to change the channel, my phone rang. As always, he was on the other end. Oh hey, what is it this time? Through the tiny device resting in my hand, he told me my next mission. Almost like I was in some spy movie or something. Uh-huh. Gotcha. So it's finally time I go meet up with Enoch, huh? Gotcha. God's will is absolute, right? I hung up the phone. Enoch. I wonder what he's up to right now. The wording of my thought made me chuckle. When exactly is right now to someone like me anyway? I snapped my fingers. The next moment, I was standing in a forest. The smell of grass wafted on the breeze. This place was his now. In other words, this was the mortal realm, 60 years after Enoch and I had last seen each other. I saw a young boy walking along. He had bright green eyes and messy golden locks. His skin was pale, and he was probably 6 or 7. Could have been older. Anyway, I called out his name. Hey there, Methuselah. Been a while. I already knew about the boy. He had been by Enoch's side ever since he served in heaven, so I recognized him right away. It looked like he had finally decided to reincarnate and become Enoch's son. Is Enoch around? He looked up at me and blinked nervously before replying. You can't use your full powers yet. I almost did a double take. This kid wasn't just some mortal. He had inherited the blood of Enoch and Ishtar. I guess you could say he was a chosen soul. On top of that, he was the angel that governed the voices of time. There in that field, he told me the same thing he told his father all those years ago. You can't use your full powers yet. I was speechless. Methuselah continued. True power is the power to dream. I cracked a smile and asked him, What, like when you're sleeping? I heard a noise from behind me and turned to see a beautiful dark-skinned woman running towards us. She wore simple clothing with accessories adorning her neck and wrists. It was Enoch's wife and Methuselah's mother, Ishtar. The legendary hero of the past was now an ordinary mortal who carried out her motherly duties with pride. Methuselah, are you there? Say something if you are. I brought my finger up to my lips and told the boy, "You'd better keep me a secret from your mother." Methuselah nodded and replied, "Okay, Father will be home in the evening." So I quietly left the area to wait until nightfall. "Where have you been, you little troublemaker?" Upon finding him, Ishtar leaned over and ruffled Methuselah's hair. "Come on, let's go home." Ishtar took his hand in hers and they wandered off. Before they were out of sight, Methuselah turned and gave me a wink. He seemed so excited to be keeping a secret from his mother. I raised my hand to return the gesture. That night, as Enoch slept, he dreamt of being bathed in light. He heard a voice calling to him, "Enoch, I have a task for you. Before long, a fallen angel, one who has turned their back on God, shall appear. You must make this traitor atone for their sin." Enoch awoke and absent-mindedly tried to make sense of his dream. He knew that he had heard that voice before, but he couldn't remember when or to whom the voice belonged. That's when I appeared before him. "Been a while, Enoch." Enoch had been granted God's favor, so he hadn't aged a day since we last met. Even after 60 years, Enoch wasn't surprised in the least to see me. Instead, he asked me a weird question. "That voice I just heard, was it yours?" I had no idea what he was talking about. "The voice you just heard?" "Yes, it was you, wasn't it? You appeared in my dream and told me to make the fallen angel who turned their back on God atone for their sin." That's when it all clicked. He had clearly said fallen angel and not fallen angels. His journey to apprehend the fallen angels was long over, too. So why would he need to apprehend a fallen angel? God had commanded Enoch directly. Even though I was his right-hand man, God chose Enoch and not me. That's when I made up my mind. I decided I would fall. If I was already unworthy of God's trust, then there was no reason for me to stand by his side any longer. It looked like that fallen angel who turned his back on God was meant to be me. Methuselah's words from this afternoon suddenly came to mind. True power is the power to dream. Dreams, huh? Heh. I guess maybe I used to dream of being God's right-hand man forever. This would be the last time I'd ever meet Enoch. A chance meeting. One that would redefine the world. When I think back on it now, it was so rash of me. It was the first time I had ever felt sadness. I guess the most important thing to me had always been God's grace. So I told a lie. Sure was. Great guess. Enoch smiled like a dog getting a treat. By the way, do you still have doubts, Enoch? I mean, do you really think it's that bad for an angel to fall in love with a human? Do you think imprisoning their souls is going to change anything? Enoch thought for a minute before replying. Another portrait of Lucifel here. I gotta say, I'm glad I've been reading this because it's really like ramping up the sort of background yaoi that's been present the whole game. So, pretty good. Yes, I do. I do still have my doubts about the punishment the fallen angels received. He looked down, ashamed, but there's no use in questioning it. Because it's God's will, huh? I muttered under my breath. A deep silence followed. Hey, Enoch, let's say I was to fall. Would you strike me down? What are you saying, Lucifel? I'm inviting you to come with me, to find the answers to the uncertainty I know you've been feeling this whole time. Enoch stared silently. Through all this tedium, I've had my doubts too, you know. So I figure, why not become one of the fallen? Why not create a power that could rival God? I fell silent for a moment, but Enoch had nothing to say. He merely listened as I leaned in and whispered in his ear. After all, people who have no power have no voice. So basically, if we can obtain power that rivals God's, we can find the answers to all those questions we have. Say, Enoch, If you still have those powers you gained when you defeated Semyaza, why don't you keep me safe? I want you to protect me with your powers. Though he looked troubled, Enoch turned to me and thrust his finger out. The space between us bent and distorted into a spherical shape. The shape shattered, revealing a glimpse of another space and time. Looks like your powers are still in good shape. But Enoch still looked troubled. I guess that should be obvious. I was planning to rebel against God after all. But I knew he also agreed with everything I had said. I do still have my powers. I understand you wish to fall, but how do you plan to do it? Oh, that part's easy. I've just got to meddle in the affairs of the mortal realm, I grinned. To someone who could transcend time like me, falling was a snap. Unlike Semyaza and the other Grigori, there was no reason for me to literally fall and risk my life. I put a hand to my chest. My body, which had been like air until this moment, had bones and muscles. Blood coursed through my new veins. I noticed what it felt like to wear clothing for the first time, and I noticed my own body temperature. I had become flesh, and I had directly crossed over into the mortal realm. In other words, I had become one of the fallen. But my hastily made body still seemed to be working out some kinks, and I felt a stabbing pain in my heart. Ah! I cried out. I could taste blood. I wiped my chin with my thumb and saw it was stained a deep red. So this was what it felt like to be alive. I was astonished, and a joy from the depths of my heart swept over my entire body. I just kept staring at my blood in rapturous amazement. Lucifel? Enoch seemed worried. Look, it's blood! I thrust my thumb out at him. He stared at it blankly. His lack of interest was a bit irritating, so I tried to step forward and give him a better look, but I staggered. Half panicked, I reached out for a wall and held myself up. So this is what gravity feels like. I couldn't help but laugh, and once I'd started, I just couldn't seem to stop myself. This is hilarious. Who knew meddling in mortal affairs could be so fun? Enoch's stern expression remained unchanged. He seemed like he was still struggling to come to terms with everything. Are you all right, Lucifel? I'm great. I took a deep breath. Oh, hey, so this is breathing. Kind of a pain that I've got to keep doing this over and over. You mean to tell me, he asked, his eyes widening, you actually did it? That's right. I've fallen. What have you done? He shook his head and turned to face heaven. Don't worry so much. As long as I have you on my side, there's nothing to be afraid of. Not even God could. My vision suddenly blurred. I guess this is what mortals might call dizziness. Enoch hurriedly extended his hand to me. My body felt overwhelmed by a warmth I'd never felt before. So this is what it's like to be mortal. Then, all of a sudden, all color drained from my vision, staining the world gray. As my eyes closed, a grin crept across my face, and my consciousness slipped away. I'm not very good at snapping. I'm trying, though. I have no idea how long I was unconscious for. When I came to, I was laying in a barn. I guess that Enoch must have carried me all the way here. The air inside the barn was chilly, dusty. Gentle sunlight streamed in from the window. It must still have been early in the day. This was the first time I had seen the world in this way, not as a simple observer, but as an actual participant. I was one of the players in the game of life. What a delightful yet sad feeling it was. The word sad coming to mind so naturally was quite a surprise. Angels don't feel sadness. No matter how much death they might oversee, no matter how many things they see destroyed. So this is what it's like to be mortal. Not mortal, human. I stretched out my right hand and tried my best to focus on the feeling of my nails and skin. I could feel the thumping of my heart in my chest. I had been by God's side for a long time, but this was the first time I had ever experienced something like this. I felt a very human emotion for the first time. I felt moved. I bet he's furious. I forced a smile as I thought of my pal back in heaven. But for all I knew, choosing the path I had might have been part of God's plan. One way or the other, I knew someone was going to come for me soon, just like Enoch was dispatched to deal with Semyaza. This was no time to be laying around, but I didn't feel like rushing just yet. I lay there on my back and absent-mindedly gazed at my outstretched hand. I snapped my fingers a few times, and, sure enough, nothing happened. I snapped back to my senses when I heard someone coming. I stood up and readied myself for the worst. The door opened and Enoch peeked his face in. I heaved a sigh of relief. "Sorry for worrying you. I'm fine now." He set down a tray with some water and bread next to me. "What will you do now?" He seemed calm, but the look on his face was even more serious than usual. "That's an easy question. We don't have time to waste getting all sentimental. We've got to stay on our guard because heaven's already noticed what I've done." I looked up and pointed a finger toward the ceiling. The wind began to howl violently. The sound grew steadily louder and louder. It began to rattle the farm tools that lined the barn walls. Enoch jumped to his feet and rushed outside. I chased after him. I followed closely as he cut through a field and began descending a cliffside. Below the cliff, the glittering desert where our prior journey began sprawled out towards the horizon. Before long, a natural bridge came into view. Enoch turned his eyes toward the sky. Though only moments ago it was clear and blue, dark clouds had gathered. Fierce lightning bolts split the sky, dragging deafening thunder in their wake. The windstorm showed no sign of stopping. "Looks like this means war, huh?" The wind was so loud that I almost had to yell over it. Enoch's clothes and golden hair whipped behind him. I picked up a rock and handed it to him. "All right, Enoch, it's your time to shine. Use that matter manipulation of yours and make the best armor you can." Enoch gave a nod and held the rock out in front of him. A pale light poured out of his hand, and the rock floated in the air. It grew brighter and wrapped around his entire body. The clothes Enoch had been wearing turned to particles of light and then disappeared. What took their place was the pure white armor that he had used to fight the fallen angels 60 years prior. It covered him from shoulder to chest, his arms and his hands, all the way down his thighs to his feet. He had recreated the kind of delicate craftsmanship that usually only God can muster, and he had not done it with God's power, nor with the power of the angels, but with his own strength alone. I knew we couldn't lose. I knew that if we joined our powers together, we could change this world. If God doesn't need me in this world, then I'll just have to change the whole damn thing. This wasn't the thoughtless avarice that Semyaza acted on when he had rebelled. We had an opportunity, and we had a righteous cause. I tore 2 branches off a tree and handed them to him. "If we're gonna fight, we can't exactly show up empty-handed." Enoch gave a quick nod and turned the branches into arches. He tossed one my way. It looked like he had already made up his mind. Blue meteors began to rain down from the sky in rapid succession. Their light bathed the heavens in turquoise. Nice shot of Enoch. He's still got the jeans. So the right half of this image is from the box art for the game, but Lucifel is also over here with his own arch. The ground began to quake, and our field of vision was suddenly blocked by a massive cloud of dust. Once it had cleared, a refined, fair-skinned youth appeared before us, brandishing a gale. He had golden curls and pure, innocent eyes. The elegant robe he had draped around himself made the weapon he brandished seem all the more imposing. It was Raphael. I knew this day would come. Enoch. Lucifel. I pass judgment upon you as fallen angels, traitors to God. I have come for you. His voice was gentle, but flowed with the solemnity of God's executioner. I gripped both ends of the arch and held it high. All right, Enoch. This is it. The start of our final journey together. Enoch silently nodded and adopted a fighting stance, gripping his arch to mirror me. I held up my pinky finger to taunt Raphael. Whenever an angel falls, Michael is alerted by a reaction on his pinky finger. So this makes the pinky finger the heavenly sign for a fallen angel. In other words, if an angel raises their pinky finger, it's adding insult to injury. Raphael's eyes narrowed in anger when he saw what I had done. There was no avoiding a fight at this point. But at that moment, a deep rumbling voice that shook the very earth called out from all around us. I sense the presence of fallen angels. My rebirth is at hand. It was the voice of Belial, the king of the darkness, whom Enoch had sealed underground all those years ago, was trying to take advantage of all the disorder to engineer his own rebirth. Enoch and I purified our arches at the same time. That was the signal. Raphael was the first to make his move. A gale bullet ripped through the air. The two of us barely managed to dodge the attack, then began our own offensive. Even though it was 2 against 1, the odds seemed to be in Raphael's favor. He was overwhelming us. I guess that shouldn't come as a surprise. After all, Raphael was swinging around 2 gales all by himself. That's 36 gale bullets that he could manipulate all at once. You're really living up to your title of Archangel. I barely managed to toss him a compliment as I dodged left, right. No, dodging isn't quite right. I danced and weaved between the bullets. Of course, it's not like he had us on the ropes the whole time. Left to right, right to left, we led him by the nose with our dance. But as more and more angels drifted down to battle, the situation grew direr by the minute. Nice one. I like this drawing. The angels glowed, wrapped in an aura of blue flames. They had received special permission to cross over into the mortal realm for this battle. They had combat-ready astral bodies capable of doing some serious damage. Once I realized that, I attacked Raphael and used the opportunity to tell Enoch it was time to retreat. We gotta get out of here. Enoch looked back towards his home with a worried expression. His wife and his son were still blissfully unaware of the situation and waited patiently for him to come home. Don't worry, they won't get wrapped up in any of this. After seeing the relief flash across his face, I came to a realization. Right. Humans have to worry about death. I had to know life before I could feel the fear of death. And that was the first time I ever felt compassion towards humans grip my heart. Let's go. On my signal, we tried our best to get out of there, but at that very moment, Uriel descended and blocked our escape route. Tough break, you two. You cannot escape the archangels. Our justice is absolute. Uriel equipped a veil and let out a war cry. All we could see of the archangel of warfare was his muscular torso, but his immeasurable strength was clear as day. He twisted his body and rushed us with the veil. I pretended to be fascinated by something behind me and easily dodged him. The veil missed its mark and hit the ground hard, smashing a boulder behind me to pieces. He quickly recovered and attacked Enoch with a speed that belied his bulky frame. If Uriel had landed his blow, it would have smashed us to bits, but for Enoch, who had awakened to his true strength, seeing through Uriel's attack was a simple task. There was no end in sight. Suddenly, Enoch flung his arch at Uriel, causing him to flinch for a moment. Here's a illustration of him as well. He quickly regained composure and chided, "That kind of cheap trick won't help you get away." He batted the arch away with ease. The now defenseless Enoch raised his hands to the sky. "Here it comes," cried Raphael. The sound of something massive and revolving could be heard coming from above us. The next instant, cracks ran through the sky and it shattered. Shards of the sky rained down like glass. Uriel was stopped in his tracks. The other angels all looked up at the sky in amazement. A void stretched across the shattered sky, and a massive spiral structure descended from its inky depths. It was Seta. The angels stood at the ready, but were immediately caught off guard by the countless lasers that shot down from the large island. Uriel used his absolute guard to protect himself. Raphael used his gales to dash around and avoid the lasers, but many of the other angels were hit by the onslaught and put out of commission. Another more detailed illustration of Seta. Got some interesting mechanisms on it. Enoch and I took advantage of the commotion and got the heck out of there. Since I wasn't an angel anymore, I couldn't rely on my teleportation, so we had to slide down the cliffside to get away. The bottom of the cliff stretched out into a forest, the perfect place for us to hide. We ran through the ocean of massive trees. My body was feeling a lot better, but my heart hurt so much it felt like it might blow a valve. So this is what it's like to be human. Once we confirmed that we'd shaken off our pursuers, Enoch and I collapsed and caught our breath. "What should we do now?" he asked. "After you left, plenty of other angels decided to fall, and I'm the one who apprehended all of them. They're probably waiting to be freed from the place where their souls are imprisoned. As long as their wills haven't gone cold, I'm sure they'd go along with our cause. The 7 fallen angels Enoch captured were waiting in that place as well. They would make powerful allies, and I felt like freeing them should be our first priority. But as soon as the thought crossed my mind, it seemed Michael had already seen through my plan. He chopped off the 7 fingers of the hand of Michael, where the fallen angels were imprisoned, and sent them hurtling in all directions. I looked up at the trail of smoke left behind by the fingers as they were sent careening through the sky. Looks like Michael was way ahead of us. He thinks launching them across the world is going to stop us from freeing them. But at the end of the day, if we were going to stand against God, we needed help from Semyaza and the others. Following the trail of smoke, we set out for a forest at the easternmost point, where Serial was held captive. After 50 years of wandering, Enoch and I finally made it to our destination. The trees grew thick, and barely any sunlight could pierce the forest canopy. The area was bathed in a thick white fog. We heard the chirping of birds and rustling of small animals as they moved around, but they kept themselves hidden. The thick, earthy smell wafting from the plants was almost enough to make us choke. In the 50 years that it took us to get this far, I had grown accustomed to my mortal body. I had grown strong enough to go toe-to-toe with the angels. We'd had to put countless of them out of commission in our long journey. Of course, all of them were mere pawns. If I had to take on someone like Raphael or Uriel with this body, my odds of winning would probably be about 50-50. Enoch and I barely spoke on our travels, but it wasn't like the distance of unfamiliarity that hung over our first adventure together. It was the type of silence that's born between two people who trust each other absolutely. It had been so long, but Enoch hadn't changed one bit. Even the gravity with which he chose what road to follow. The guy was deadly serious. This is not fanfic. This is canon fic. This is real fic. I learned a lot from him. How to prepare food, how to behave like a regular human, the joys of living in tandem with nature, and the importance of showing kindness to others. But no matter how hard I tried to grow closer to the humans, the despair that ate at my heart knowing God hadn't chosen me never faded. I knew it would continue aching within me until the day I was able to claim victory over God. The trees suddenly cleared. The ground formed a large crater. Right in the center of it was a familiar granite structure that had dug itself into the ground. The crater was massive and spread out as far as the eye could see in every direction. "That's it. Serial's prison," I said, pointing a finger at the structure. Serial. Dismay flashed across Enoch's face. I assumed he was remembering his battles against his former foe. I slapped his armored shoulder and said, "Hey, don't overthink it. Who says old enemies can't be friends? I'm sure he doesn't hold it against you." Enoch gave a quick nod and approached the large granite finger that imprisoned Serial. "Enoch," we heard Serial say from within his prison. "And that's Lucifel with you too, huh?" "Yeah, it's me. We're here to get you." I stopped short, then corrected myself. Sorry, what I mean to say is, we're here to free you. What's going on? Why are you in the mortal realm? And why free me when you're the ones who put me here in the first place? The situation's changed. I've fallen. We heard Sariel give a quick gasp from within his cell. It was shortly followed by his high-pitched laughter. So that's what this is about. You've fallen now. Oh, that's hilarious. So that's why you have a body. I cut his laughter short. Sariel, we don't have time for this. If you decide to help us, you can finally be free from that cold, dark cell you've been confined to. Sariel's laughter died down. You have a deal. Joining you two sounds like it might be fun. I turned to Enoch and gave him a nod. He approached the granite structure and began striking it with his veil. A loud, dull clatter filled the clearing as the stone crumbled. Once the cloud of white dust had dissipated, Sariel's body came into view. He leapt into the air from his shattered prison and landed gracefully upon the ground, taking in a deep breath. Feels good to be free of that dung heap. Hey, I called out to him. We don't have time to be standing around. We've got to go free Barakel next. He was clearly irritated, but a grin crept over his face. I know that. We better start climbing. Barakel's on top of the highest mountain peak on the planet. It took us several more years, but with Sariel's help, we were finally able to find Barakel's prison on top of the tallest mountain. The granite prison jutted out from the mountain's peak at an angle. We were ambushed by angels countless times on our journey to get to that mountain, but we fought them back at every turn. Even though they knew where we were and where we were headed, they never seemed to engage us in a full-on battle. One major reason was likely because Enoch could summon Seta, but that wasn't the only reason. Ever since Enoch and I set out on our journey, several angels sided with our cause and chose to fall. Talk about good news. If enough angels fell, eventually we'd be able to overwhelm heaven's might, and then we could finally achieve our dream. Enoch destroyed Barakel's granite prison, just as he had Sariel's years before, and freed the man. He shakily crawled out from the rubble and gave me a look, then let out a hearty laugh. Wow, so you really fell, huh? What got into you? We want to change the world, I replied with a straight face. Sounds fun, he said. Then let me help you out. Our next stop was a lake to the north. We were going to free Armoros. His prison had landed at the bottom of a lake, which meant that we couldn't rely on Enoch punching his way in there like we had with the others. We were at a loss as to what to do when Barakel came up with an idea. What if you tried to smash that dam over there? Hey, not a bad idea. Give it a shot, Enoch. I pointed at the piece of the landscape that held the lake's water in place. Enoch fired a volley with his gale and blew up the dam. The water burst through the damaged area and the lake slowly drained. Once all the water had rushed out, we could see the finger that had trapped Armoros laying at the bottom of the empty lake. Sariel stepped up and destroyed Armoros's prison. Whoa! Armoros let out a joyous roar that echoed throughout the mountainous landscape. Back in heaven, Michael was sitting in his quarters, absent-mindedly playing with the Fruit of Wisdom. Watching Michael play, Raphael noticed something off about his hand. Michael, your pinky finger is standing on end. Michael snapped out of his trance and looked down at his own hand. Sure enough, his pinky finger was unnaturally stretched out. It would seem another fallen has been freed. Let's see. He trailed off for a moment, staring fixedly at his finger. This time it was Armoros. Michael's pinky finger reacted every time one of the fallen angels was freed. Still, even with this knowledge, Michael didn't seem to be poised to do anything about it. Raphael thought it was strange. You're not going to do anything? If this continues, Enoch and Lucifel are likely to free all of the fallen angels. Michael responded to soothe Raphael's worries. Don't fret. This is all according to plan. Michael's lackadaisical attitude was starting to frustrate Raphael. It really seems as though the fallen are waiting to be freed by those two. Indeed, replied Michael with a faint smile, before returning his gaze to the fruit of wisdom. We traveled through a scorching desert to find and free Arakiel. Then we traveled to the depths of a massive cavern to free Ezekiel. By this time, it had already been 300 years since I had fallen. As beings beyond human comprehension, Enoch and I lived beyond the limits of a normal human lifespan, and thanks to the power of the fruit of wisdom, we did not age at a normal pace. But even the fruit's power had its limits. Once an angel has fallen and lost God's grace, eternal youth was an impossibility. The other fallen angels were no different. With the specter of decay ever looming over us, we traveled towards a subterranean city to free Azazel from his imprisonment. During our travels to free the seven fallen, tens of thousands of heaven's angels had decided to fall. In all, about a third of the angels had joined our cause. Enoch and I were as strong as all of them combined, which meant we had finally begun to amass enough strength to oppose heaven itself. Barakel, Enoch, and I finally arrived at the subterranean city. The other fallen angels we had freed so far had split off from our group to gather the newly fallen and form regiments. As we descended a long staircase of stone, the city sprawled out before us. The cave that hosted the city was home to a mysterious ore that seemed to mimic the sun in the day and go dark at night. The residents thrived in the same manner as the people who lived above. These were the descendants of the people who had been driven underground when the tower collapsed. At some point, they had found Azazel's prison, brought it underground, and now worshipped it as their god, which meant that, from their point of view, we were about to steal their god from them. The area around Azazel's prison was heavily protected. This could be trouble, I said. Some of my hair had already begun turning gray, and my body was exhausted from having walked down all those thousands of stairs. And Enoch was no different. His face had become deeply wrinkled, and he had grown a snowy white beard. Of course, just because we had aged didn't mean we weren't still strong and healthy, but taking on hundreds of soldiers wasn't exactly in our best interest. We'll have to sneak our way in. We waited until nightfall. We stuck to the shadows and made our way towards where Azazel had been enshrined. Thankfully, we were able to make it all the way there without being spotted. All that was left was to smash up the prison and set him free. "All right, Enoch," I said, giving him a slap on the back. "You're up." He stepped up to the large chunk of granite with an imposing air that belied his many years. But suddenly, "Who's there?" We had been discovered. A bell alerted everyone to our presence, and we heard the sound of countless people approaching. "This is bad. Step on it." Enoch broke into a dash and ran up the shrine steps as fast as he could. Meanwhile, I materialized a gale and launched the bullets at the incoming guards to hold them back. When Enoch got back to the large granite finger, he tore into it with his fists, pulverizing it into dust. "It's been a long time, Enoch," came a familiar voice from inside. Azazel was already an old man when he fell, but after these hundreds of years, he had become thin and withered. However, his eyes burned with the same confidence they always had, and he was still light on his feet. The instant Enoch saw Azazel's face, he was like a marionette whose strings had suddenly been cut. Hey, marionette whose strings had suddenly been cut. This is a real... Now we're really in a novel. He collapsed forward, and Azazel quickly caught him. He must have used the last of his strength breaking open the granite prison. We used an automatic rope reel that Barakel had designed to escape the shrine. "The people here likely have an aqueduct. We can use that to get out of here," said Barakel. It was a good thing we had brought someone so knowledgeable about architecture. We found the aqueduct in no time. Though carrying Enoch's limped body proved a struggle, we somehow made our escape. Our clothes were soaked, and the cold waters had chilled us to our cores. I lowered Enoch to the ground. Another painting of Enoch. I mean, he's very old at this point in the story, so he doesn't look like this anymore. But, that's our guy. "Lucifel," he moaned weakly. I gripped his hand tightly to console him. Azazel and Barakel stood close by, silently watching over us. The night sky above seemed like an ocean of stars. Don't worry, Enoch. Only your body is going to die. You will continue your journey in an astral form. You'll be released from your bodily prison and obtain true freedom. Enoch didn't reply. He simply closed his eyes peacefully, never to open them again. I could feel something rising out of his body. His soul had broken free. A regular human could no longer see him, but nothing had really changed for me. Well, other than his looks. He now looked as he did in his youth, when we first met, and he had first donned the white armor. How does your new astral body feel, Enoch? He looked down, as though he were making sure all of it was accounted for, and then gave a curt, "Not bad." How's that for irony? When we began our travels, I was the one supporting Enoch's physical body in my astral form. Now the roles had been reversed. But there was no time to be getting all sentimental about the machinations of fate. "We must go, Lucifel," Azazel interjected. "Semyaza must be freed." He was right. The four of us headed towards the mountain where the angels that had fallen to our ranks were waiting. Ever since I'd become human, I had begun to dream. That night, I dreamt I was in a dark forest. I was completely alone, and wore clothes I didn't recognize. Oh man. Wait. Hold on a sec. He's got his toque on. Got like a big jacket with like fluffy fur lining. There was a strange feeling in my chest. When I looked down, I saw that just below my neck was a gaping hole about as large as the palm of my hand. It was pitch black, and the wind whistled through it. But the sight of it didn't surprise me in the least. I just thought that I'd lost that part of my body, and I needed to go out and find it again. Okay, who's this? The forest was dark and damp. The ground underfoot was slippery, and the smell of fresh earth filled my nostrils. The only sound I could hear was the sloshing of my feet against the ground as I walked. I have no idea how long I wandered, but after a time I found a woman standing in the middle of the path. She was wearing a dress that reminded me of those worn in the 17th century. Her chestnut brown hair was tied up elegantly, and she was so beautiful that it took my breath away. Normally, I wouldn't use the word beautiful for anyone other than myself, but there was no other word that could properly describe her. Her face was flawless. Her eyes were bright and neither too big nor too small. Her nose was dainty and sat perfectly in the middle of her face. Her lips were as full and vibrant as fresh fruit. Her jawline narrowed perfectly. But there was more to her beauty than just her face. Her delicate neck stretched down to her shoulders. Her breasts were perfect and her waist was tight. Though the rest was obscured by her skirt, I could only imagine the wondrous curves of her well-set backside, thighs, and calves. She was so beautiful that I felt a twinge of jealousy. I felt indignant that someone who rivaled my beauty would dare exist in this world, but that envy soon turned into a craving. I wanted to have her. The feeling overwhelmed me. I'd never felt such a longing for anything before. The mere thought that I might not have her to myself was enough to drive me insane. I stretched out my hand. Doing so felt natural, but in the next instant, everything vanished, and I awoke from my dream. Since that first night, I had the same dream countless times. Every time it was exactly the same, not a thing out of place. The dark forest, the clothing I didn't recognize, the hole in my chest, the mysterious woman, and in the end, every time I reached out my hand, I woke up. I couldn't figure out who that woman was. It felt as though I had known her forever. Maybe I had met her on my travels throughout time? Methuselah's words came back to me. True power is the power to dream. I rolled the words over in my mind. To dream. Dreams of remaking the world. Dreams of a beautiful woman. The thoughts spun around in my head until it felt like I could no longer tell the difference between dreams and reality. No. Lucifel. Huh? Enoch. What's with the serious look? I'm guessing over there, that's Azazel? And Barakel, too. I took in my surroundings. The four of us were at the top of a cliff that looked out over the world below. Snow covered the ground. Before us was a magnificent mountain range with steep and craggy cliff sides. When I looked at my feet, I noticed that my body lay below me, cold and dead. I finally understood what had happened. My body had reached the end of its life, and I had discarded it to resume an astral form. Having a body was fun while it lasted, but this form suits me way better. I clenched and stretched my hands as I examined my newly rejuvenated astral body. Having served its purpose, my cast-aside body quickly returned to dust. The wind blew the crystals of dust away, and for a brief moment they seemed to form the shape of the woman from my dreams. I desperately stretched out my hand, but she was already gone, leaving nothing but an infinite void in her place. I felt something stirring inside me, like a premonition that I would meet her again. Whether it would take 100 years or 1,000, I had no idea. But I was certain I would meet her again. That belief rooted itself in my soul. She was quite beautiful, came Enoch's voice from beside me. You could see her? I stared at him fixedly. Yes, and I could see that you love her. Love? I never would have thought of that word. It left me feeling perplexed. Love. Maybe he was right. The same emotion that Semyaza felt for Istahar. The feeling that Ishtar felt for Enoch. The bond that tied Serial to his beloved. For the first time, I felt like I understood those feelings. And I couldn't help but wonder, had God ever felt something as inexplicable as this love? We should leave this place, Azazel said. I looked up at the clear blue sky once more before giving Azazel a nod. At the foot of the mountain, thousands of angels that had fallen to our ranks were preparing themselves for war. As soon as the four of us arrived, they all stopped what they were doing and began to cheer. Enoch felt ill at ease, glancing around the crowd. I responded to their cheers with a wave of my hand. Azazel narrowed his eyes, and Barakel clenched his fists. 4 figures approached us. It was Arakiel, Ezekiel, Serial, and Armoros. Though it looked like they hadn't changed at all since Enoch fought them in the tower centuries prior, this was only an appearance. Their bodies were nearing their final moments. They were clad in what resembled their Watcher armor. The armor had been designed by Barakel to be as close to the originals as possible. It was more than enough to prevent their bodies from decaying. Welcome back, everyone, greeted Ezekiel. We finished our preparations. We can mobilize at any time. She turned towards the army of fallen angels. Every one of them had the will to fight burning in their eyes. Each suit of imitation Watcher armor came equipped with either an arch, a gale, or a veil. Azazel had them forged in secret back when he resided in the tower, and any that were missing, Barakel made up for by creating similar models. The stars had ceased falling onto the mortal realm. The time for war was finally upon us. 8 tents stood in the military camp. 6 of them were for Azazel and the other freed fallen angels. The remaining 2 were for Enoch and I. From there, we split the tens of thousands of troops into 8 garrisons that each of us would command. It's time, I announced. The 7 of them nodded. There was no way to know how many in our ranks would return alive. We had more than 1/3 of heaven's angels under our command. We were numerous, but not numerous enough to assure victory. And yet, we had to fight. We needed to remake the world. To heaven! With those words as our signal, we all divided up into our respective garrisons. Ezekiel raised her hands and summoned 6 tremendous tornadoes. The insides of them were shaped like upward-moving spiral passages. Our angelic soldiers jumped into the massive pillars of wind and used them to climb their way to heaven. My tent had been erected on high ground so that I could look out over the military operation. I stood in front of it and watched the soldiers move out. Our army covered the ground as far as the eye could see, like a black carpet that stretched out to the horizon. The first to move out was Barakel's garrison. They were closely followed by Arakiel's, and then, one after another, Serial, Ezekiel, Azazel, and Armoros' garrisons all leapt into the tornadoes. Enoch was also standing outside his tent, watching our troops head out. Thus began a war that would last for more than 10 years. Commander Barachel's 1st Infantry has reached the 8th sphere of heaven. Commander Ezekiel's 4th Infantry and Commander Azazel's 5th Infantry have both reached the 7th sphere of heaven. Commander Serial's troops have been stranded in the 6th sphere of heaven. Situation reports on the military campaign flew in one after the other. Our army was having a tougher time than I had expected. By this time, the war had already been raging on for more than a decade by mortal standards of time. Both sides of the war suffered numerous casualties every day. I can only imagine how furious Michael must have been. Then, one day, Enoch came bursting into my tent. "Lucifel," he pleaded, "if this keeps up, we're going to lose the war." "You're right. I think it's time you joined the battle." I was holding off on relying on Enoch's powers until we had already burned through some of their forces. Enoch's face tensed up. He had the same look the day he set out to apprehend Semyaza's fallen angels. This was the same face he made when he chose to join me in my rebellion against God as well. "Lucifel, my dream has always been to help you realize yours." With that, Enoch turned on his heel and left my tent. Thousands of red and blue shooting stars twinkled in the sky above us. The red stars were our fallen soldiers, the blue their heavenly foes. I heard someone outside the tent announced, "We're breaking out the heavy artillery!" It was followed by a roar of excitement from all who were within earshot. Heavy artillery was our code name for Enoch. The troops bestowed it upon him after seeing the incredible powers he had lying within him. I stood up and ordered a messenger to alert the rest of our troops. "All troops prepare for an all-out attack. Guard the heavy artillery until you join with Arakiel's forces in the 7th sphere of heaven. After joining up, Arakiel will accompany the heavy artillery and aim for Michael in this 10th sphere." Back in heaven, Michael was in his chambers, growing ever more exasperated by the constant news of casualties. Even in times of war, he was still garbed in his usual white robe. A white swan flew into his chambers in the form of Uriel. "It seems that Enoch is finally joining the front line," he reported. Michael, who had been listening absent-mindedly to messengers' reports, suddenly looked up at Uriel. "So they're coming for this, are they?" Michael lifted his pinky finger. "Seems like it. If you need my help, I could..." He trailed off before correcting himself. "No, you don't need my help, do you?" "No, thank you," replied Michael. "I appreciate the thought, but I'll be fine. Besides, it is necessary that I fight him one-on-one." Uriel didn't understand what Michael meant by that, but he figured it would be best not to overthink it. They both had their own work to do. Uriel returned to his swan form and warned him, "You'd better be careful. He's not to be trifled with." "You too," Michael replied. The swan then flew away. Enoch had already pushed through the 9th sphere and was making his way towards the 10th. He made quick work of the angels' units as he dashed up a staircase made of light. Arakiel was struggling to keep up with him. When they got to the top, a squadron of Gale soldiers formed a line and barred their way. Arakiel steeled his nerves, stood before Enoch, and bellowed, "I'll take care of them. You go on to Michael's quarters." Enoch shook his head. More illustration. What is going on? It's all vibes. It's just all vibes. "No, we must fight together." "Sorry, but I don't take orders from anyone," barked Arakiel. "Never have, never will." He rushed through the squadron before Enoch could stop him. They all fired their Gale bullets at once, and they tore through Arakiel's Watcher armor before Enoch's eyes. "Enoch, go! You're the only one who can change this world." Enoch nodded and dashed off. When the Gale squadron noticed him making a break for it, they recalled their bullets and prepared to attack him. However, Arakiel stepped between them to shield Enoch, and the thousands of gale bullets ripped through his body. Enoch had no time to bear witness to Arakiel's heroic demise. He sprinted up the stairs, just a little further, just a few more steps until he reached his destination. Until, at last, Enoch reached the 10th sphere. It was less a building than it was a white expanse that seemed to stretch on forever. After overcoming so many trials to finally reach it, the emptiness of the place was a bit of a letdown. Suddenly, a massive mountain pushed up through the white expanse. Taking a closer look, Enoch realized the massive figure wore a suit of armor. It was no mountain. It was the might of the angel Michael. The first to catch up to Enoch was Barakel's first infantry. The infantry numbered in the thousands when they had first left the camp, but now only a few soldiers remained. The few who remained were the strongest in the infantry. We have a message from Lucifel. Semyaza is imprisoned in Michael's right hand. With a quick nod, Enoch launched his attack on Michael. Barakel and his soldiers quickly followed. Michael swiped at them with his enormous pillar of an arm. Enoch deftly slid under it, but the soldiers were sent flying in all directions. Next, Michael's right arm swung in from the back, knocking Barakel and the remaining soldiers away. Enoch barely managed to jump out of the way. He threw up his hands and summoned Seta. The space above them shattered like glass, and the weaponized landmass descended from the void. Michael's gargantuan form was big enough to swat Seta right out of the air, but he was never given the chance. It immediately shot lasers down onto Enoch's foe. The heat ray scorched through Michael's arm and cut it clean off. It fell to the ground with a massive crash. Enoch rushed over to the dismembered arm. Its hand had only one finger remaining. He equipped an arch and began hacking away at it. As soon as he did, the finger flew off as though it had a mind of its own. It fell right before my eyes, just as I was making my way to the 8th sphere. Enoch continued his attack on Michael as though possessed. Having lost his right arm, Michael's body had shrunk in size. Enoch first grabbed a hold of his right leg and tore it off with his bare hands. He tore off Michael's left leg next, causing his body to fall to the ground in a heap. Then Enoch began swinging his arch and slicing through Michael's armor until the massive angel had been reduced to roughly the same size as Enoch. He charged at Michael, looking to end the fight. "Enoch," Michael called, tightly gripping Enoch's arm. "There is something you must know. Listen well, Enoch. Listen well to that which you were tasked." Enoch heard another voice speak to him from somewhere. "Enoch, I have a task for you. Before long, a fallen angel, one who has turned their back on God, shall appear. You must make this traitor atone for their sin." Enoch knew this wasn't Michael's voice. He remembered hearing this long, long ago. But now he knew it wasn't his old friend Lucifel's voice either. His eyes widened, and he pulled his arm away from Michael in a panic. The Archangel's form had slowly begun to disappear. "The voice that called out to you was not the voice of Lucifel," said Michael. "It was the voice of God." At that same moment, just as I was reaching the 8th sphere, a chunk of granite fell before me. A man crawled out from within the rubble. His gray hair was tied back, and his face was striking and youthful. It was Semyaza. He stood up and took a look at his surroundings. The moment he saw me with an arch in my hand, he understood the situation and noted, "So that's where we are. Not to worry. I have not yet forgotten love." Enoch clasped Michael's left hand tightly. A spirit flowed into him, overpowering him once again. "Strike down the fallen angel who has turned their back on me." Yes, it was the voice of God. There was once a world known as Julia. However, it ended in failure, and so I created 2 new worlds, the heliocentric Seta, the geocentric Ruta. I compared the two and chose the heliocentric Seta as the basis for this new world. Ruta, the world I did not choose, became Belial. I imprisoned it beneath the mortal realm. It was in this way that the world was divided into heaven, the mortal realm, and the darkness. The soul of the former world, Julia, was renamed Istihar and made to walk the mortal realm and watch over its fate. I dispatched Methuselah to carry out the same task. It was thus that Semyaza yearned for Istahar's love and led 6 angels to fall with him. They taught me the potential of mortals. I finally understand that there were limits to a world entirely overseen by angels. If my first companion wished to create a new world, then so be it. The companion of whom I speak is, of course, Lucifel. However, there was one condition. Should one who would dream of an ideal appear, I would grant them a test. Only once my test was overcome would the world be recreated. Everything shall be decided by Lucifel. I bestow upon you this task today. You must strike down Lucifel. How he responds will determine whether the world of mortals will once more be remade into one where they may roam the universe. The spirit flowed out of Enoch's body, and Michael opened his eyes. Did you hear it? The voice of God? Michael spoke quietly. You don't have time to lose your composure. Heed my final words. Enoch, by your hand you must defeat my brother Lucifel. Enoch shook his head furiously. I can't possibly do that to him. Can I not at least discuss this with him? It will be in vain, Michael admonished. This is not something that he will understand through words alone. Words will only sow more seeds of doubt. What is necessary is an epiphany. What the world needs now is a divine force. God has named that force the metatron. The metatron? I only know so much. You must learn the rest yourselves. Make him understand. Your powers are the only thing that can make him see the truth. This is the task that has been bestowed upon you. It is not your place to make sense of what is right and just in this world. You must keep moving forward for the very sake of the ideal. Enoch listened on in silence. Your task is to bring forth your powers to clash with Lucifel's and awaken the Metatron. It is likely that you shall both know that all shall be eradicated as a result. But from the ashes God shall recreate the world. Michael gazed deep into Enoch's eyes. When that time comes, let us meet again. We may lose all of our memories, but I know that our hearts are bound by brotherhood. Michael took a deep breath before continuing. The world is in your hands. As those words left his mouth, Michael began to cough. He had sustained so much damage in his battle with Enoch that even his astral form was fading away. Can I defeat him? Enoch asked. You won't be defeating him. You and Lucifel are going to bring an end to this world, together. Michael's words weighed heavily on Enoch's heart. The Metatron is said to be the 72 fragments of hope that will connect this world to the new world, born from the force of your energies colliding. Hope. You see, you are not betraying my brother. You are helping him to birth a new world and instill it with hope. Enoch felt his uncertainty wash away. Very well, I'll do it, Michael. Suddenly, the red aura that emanated from his hands, the proof that he was a fallen angel, changed to green. It was the aura of a true angel. Welcome home, Enoch. Michael smiled warmly. Enoch was once again under God's grace. It is time. Enoch climbed to his feet and looked to the sky. He then bent his knees and jumped into the heavens above. He disappeared beyond the clouds, leaving Michael alone. If I am born again, I will find you once more, brother. His soul had used up the last of its energy. Thank you, Enoch. And before he could finish, the light that was the Archangel Michael's spirit was extinguished. It must have been through some sort of brotherly connection or something. As I ascended a staircase of light, I felt Michael's life disappearing from this realm. Looks like you did it, Enoch. My words celebrated our victory, but a single tear ran down my cheek. It was no use trying to hide it. I guess that's just what it means to be family. I heard a voice calling out in my mind. Brother, his heart has returned to our side. What little was left of Michael spoke to me. I'm not worried. I've been friends with the guy for 777 years. He would never betray me. Even I couldn't tell whether that was a statement of utmost confidence or a nervous bluff. Methuselah has already predicted that Enoch will teach you of human sorrow, and you will respond with rage. I clenched my jaw to quell my irritation. Can I defeat him? Azazel caught up to me. What's happened, Lucifel? I strained to keep my calm as I told him. Enoch betrayed us. He heaved a heavy sigh. Is that so? I suppose we were truly fated to be on opposing sides. I suppose so, I hissed through gritted teeth. I bellowed to the entire army. Attention, all fallen angels. Our heavy artillery, Enoch, has betrayed us. He will strike us at any moment. All troops, prepare to face him. The few remaining allies we had left tried their best to shake off their fear and steel themselves for battle. Michael's final words flashed within my mind. I'll respond to Enoch with rage? How could that be? That's when it began. The shooting stars shining red above were extinguished one by one, and after a moment the sky was rendered pitch black. Azazel was first to speak. He's already here? He's too fast! Here he comes! Cried Sariel. A flash of light filled the sky, and the next moment a blue star shot straight towards us. The heavy artillery is here! It's Enoch! Someone shrieked. The star fell upon us in the blink of an eye. The troops surrounding me cried out as it approached. I filled my body with energy and exuded an aura of crimson flame. The next second, Enoch appeared in front of me. Without wasting a moment, he launched an attack. I was still shaken by Michael's words and wasn't able to dodge in time. I'm done for. That very moment, I saw someone standing between Enoch and I. It was the woman from my dreams. She took the brunt of Enoch's attack. The force of the impact was so strong that she didn't even have time to make a sound. Her body was eradicated in an instant. Izamoran! Her name finally left my lips. It all came back to me. The woman from my dreams was Izamoran, a woman born from my body, the other side of me, my one true love. For the first time in my long life, I had tasted the pain of loss. So I guess if this Izamoran lady was created for him, it makes sense that he would fall in love with her because the only person that he thinks is beautiful is himself. So someone that is made from him would also be beautiful. Sariel lifted his arch and called to me. Lucifel, feel the pain in your heart. It's the proof of your love for her. Ah! Without realizing what I was doing, I found myself screaming out. Enoch landed on the ground, tearing it up as he skidded to a stop. He turned to face us and readied his arch. Semyaza adopted a fighting stance. I knew it would come to this, Enoch, I spat. Michael told me about your treachery with his dying breath. Then there are no need for words, fallen angel. His sharp words felt like a knife in my chest. We leapt towards each other at the same time. Light erupted as our arches collided. Attack, parry, retreat. Attack, parry, retreat. After every retreat, we'd immediately fall upon each other again, and the cycle would repeat, over and over. Our strengths were perfectly matched. Sariel tried to step forward to intervene, but Semyaza held him back. The rest of the fallen angels watched on from the sidelines. I suddenly felt nervous. Enoch seemed ready to sacrifice everything. Was my heart as prepared as his? Even in my astral form, I was still governed by my human emotions. Anger, despair, confusion. How could I possibly win with this baggage holding me back? In the moment I took to consider this, Enoch saw his opening and raised his arms. Seta smashed through the sky and descended upon the battlefield. The massive stronghold shot out an array of lasers, searing the landscape as they tried to ascertain my exact position. I barely managed to slip between the laser beams and get out of Seta's range of attack. As long as he commands Seta, this is hopeless. What we need is something with enough power to trade blows. Sariel stomped his foot in frustration. There is a way, said Semyaza. We need Ruta to power the power to rival that of Seta. In other words, we need to obtain Belial's power. Semyaza had a good point. Ruta was also the foundation of an abandoned world. It was the only thing that stood any chance of defeating Seta. Can I leave this to you? I asked Semyaza. A grin crept across his face. That's why we're here, he answered. He signaled to Serial with his eyes. Serial took off, rushing at Enoch and swinging his arch with ferocious speed. Semyaza readied his own weapon, murmuring, "So this is how it ends." Ezekiel, Barakel, and Armoras joined the fray and fell upon Enoch. Mass-produced mechanical Batarile minions grouped together and swarmed him as well, tearing up the ground as they went. Ezekiel raised her hands over her head, and in her palm created clusters of lightning which she shot at Enoch. "I'll never forget the days we spent together, Enoch," screamed Armoras as he leapt into the air. He danced midair, and his body emitted energy that twinkled like stardust. The stardust bombarded Seta. With a terrible sound, Seta was engulfed in smoke. But it was too soon for celebrations. Seta slowly reappeared from the cloud of smoke, virtually unscathed. Armoros' stardust attack seemed to have caused the fortress slight damage, but not enough to stop its relentless assault. Armoros frowned and felt a twinge of despair flash through his body. Seta capitalized on the opening and launched a beam that chased him down relentlessly. Only a single beam chased him at first, yet soon several more followed suit. Armoros' nimble body was able to deftly dodge them for a time, but one careless movement was enough to get his right arm cut off. The onslaught didn't stop there. The beams continued to bombard Armoros one after the other until, at last, one severed his head from his body. From some distance away, Serial noticed his comrade's decapitation, and he cried out Armoros' name. Boiling with rage at the death of his friend, he charged forward. He spread out his hands, summoning a gale of bats to attack Seta. For a brief moment, the scores of bats blotted out the sky with their dark wings, but Seta's lasers burned them to ash in an instant. "No!" growled Serial. As Serial was distracted by the main body of the fortress, Seta's tentacles swept around him and attacked from behind. Unable to dodge in time, Serial's left arm was torn from his body. He let out a scream. He tried to escape, but the tentacles were hot on his trail. It wasn't long until Serial, too, lost his life. Back on the ground, Enoch dodged Ezekiel's lightning blasts as he took out the roving Batarile minions one by one. Azazel lay nearby, approaching death's door after being struck by one of Enoch's nimble attacks. Ezekiel tried to rush over to Azazel to save him, but Enoch saw through her movements with ease. He circled around behind her and cleaved off her head with a single stroke. As though possessed by some fearsome spirit, Enoch didn't spare a single moment, and immediately leapt upon Azazel, landing the finishing blow. Azazel, too, now lay dead upon the battlefield. Enoch was engendered by a greater purpose, so he spent no time trying to purify the dead. He turned to face the dwindling ranks of his fallen foes and made a declaration. To those who would dream, God grants a test. There is no longer time to make you understand. Even if I must turn everything to ash, even if I must bear the enmity of all, there is a dream I must fulfill to start the world anew. The fallen angels were torn from their flesh, their spirits were cast to the wind, and not a trace of them remained. Only one was left standing on the battlefield. Semyaza stood in Enoch's path, the last of the fallen. This time, I will not lose Enoch. When Enoch clashed with the fallen angels, I quietly fled the battlefield, heading towards the place where Belial had been incarcerated. Chapter 4, Epilogue. A harsh, empty wind whistled. The darkness was thick and immovable. Magma bubbled up from the ground and seemed to ignite the very air around me. This place had once been home to the tower, where the fallen angels that had turned their backs on heaven tried to build a new paradise. I came here to convince the imprisoned Belial to help me. I told him the tale of everything that had happened so far. I told him about the first time I met Enoch, about the circumstances surrounding the fallen angels plummeting to the mortal realm and constructing the tower, about my 365-year journey with Enoch, about how Enoch finally apprehended the fallen angels, about my reunion with him once he had awoken as an angel by pact, and lastly, about my fall. After the long story had ended, I closed my eyes. Belial remained silent. The stillness was absolute, as though time itself had come to a halt. Belial was the first to break the silence. I understand your position, and what would you have me do? His large, spherical body trembled uncontrollably. I grinned. If we create new worlds, I told him, mortals will still be able to explore the universe, and the more worlds we create, the greater the possibilities. Think about it. You could be reborn as a planet of water, but for that to happen, we need an explosive amount of energy. Enoch already has Seta under his control. The only one who can stand up to that power is you, Belial, for you are Ruda. Enoch and I, you and Seta, if our energies clash, it would set off a big bang that would send everything back to the beginning of time. If either side is stronger, it won't work. It has to be a collision of the two strongest forces in creation. What are you getting at? Belial asked with a hint of irritation in his voice. Fuse with me, Belial. A hush fell over us once more. Very well. If I can become the foundation of this new world, then I will do it. Belial's gears began to spin with wild excitement. That settles our contract. I opened my hands and spread my arms out in front of me. Yes, it is settled. The large sphere began to shine with a brilliant light, and I absorbed him into my body. His power was now my own. With my newfound strength, I could freely transform matter and create it at will. Like Enoch, I could now use matter manipulation. It is time. I floated up into the air, driven by Belial's power. The force of the levitation was so strong, it caused some of the debris littering the ground to float up alongside me. The speed at which I rose slowly decreased until I was traveling at such a velocity that it hurt to keep my eyes open. I burst through the clouds and entered heaven. I rushed past the seemingly endless staircase of light, past the countless angels and fallen angels that had died in battle. I sped through the first sphere of heaven, then the second, the third, and on, until finally, I reached the 8th sphere. I could make out the figures of Enoch and Semyaza. Seta was floating above, and the battlefield was littered with the bodies of Azazel, Ezekiel, Sariel, and Armoros. Slowing my speed, I alighted on the 8th sphere. Lucifel, you're late. Semyaza was on the ground, coughing up blood. Enoch turned to face me, his golden hair blowing in the breeze. Belial! I roared and lifted my arms above me. The sky above us warped and distorted, and my new ally appeared. A look of shock spread across Enoch's face. Belial flew at Seta. The two collided with a terrifying crash, and a piece of Seta was smashed. Bits of the island rained down on the battlefield. No! Enoch cried out before calling Seta back to him. He left himself wide open, so I rushed him and swung my arch. Enoch evaded the brunt of my attack, but my arch scraped a section of his white armor clean off. Enoch counterattacked. Whether it was due to God's blessing or Enoch's own determination, his movements had become much faster than before. His power was clearly formidable, having taken out 5 of the fallen angels in such a short amount of time. And now he had his sights set on me. The moment I felt that my opponent was getting the upper hand, Belial flew in and slammed Enoch with his massive body. The impact shattered the rest of his armor and sent him careening towards the ground. I summoned Belial back to me to conserve energy and flew off after Enoch. Enoch had fallen all the way down to the mortal realm. He lay on his back in the middle of a white desert expanse. His armor had all but disappeared, and he looked as though he might be dead. I slowly descended to the ground. When I got close enough, I could see that his chest was gently moving up and down. This was the 3rd time we had been back on the white sands of this desert together. Now this takes me back. This is where we started our journey to apprehend the 7 fallen angels, and where we decided to go to war with God. To think that you and I would return here as enemies. Talk about a trick of fate. I looked around before continuing. Hard to believe it's already been 777 years since we first met. We've been through a lot since then. My polished leather boots trampled across the white sand dunes as I approached him. I picked up a tiny rock as I went and waved my hand over it. Enoch grimaced in pain. I transformed the stone into a small heart-shaped collection of energy that glowed in a pink light. The light of blessing, an item capable of healing injuries. But that's... How did you obtain matter manipulation? Enoch asked. Same way you did. You gained matter manipulation when you obtained Setta's power, and I obtained it through my pact with Ruta, who now goes by the name Belial. Despair flashed in his turquoise blue eyes, but that despair soon turned to confusion when he realized that I was sending the light of blessing his way. The small hearts flew towards his body and bathed Enoch in a healing glow. He looked over his body in disbelief. His armor and physical strength were completely restored. If this world is to be reborn, I need the energy from both of our powers colliding. So don't misunderstand me. This isn't about compassion, Enoch. I need you at full strength if we're going to bring about a miracle. The Metatron, he mumbled under his breath. The Metatron, I repeated. Michael told me it's the enormous power needed for the world to be made anew. It will become the fragments of hope for the next world. I had no idea what he was talking about, but it sounded like it was time to finish things once and for all. It's time to change the world, Enoch. Illustration again. This time it shows Enoch with a veil instead of an arch, which, going by the weapon triangle of the game, Lucifel would actually have an advantage here. Now that his armor had been fully restored, he had no reason to hold back. I materialized an arch and readied it in front of me. Enoch got to his feet and prepared his veil. We purified our weapons at the same time and immediately raced towards each other. We collided, kicking up a cloud of sand. Our weapons clashed against each other, emitting sparks of energy. We both reeled from the recoil, but quickly regained composure and swung again. Our weapons smashed together again and again. Then, as if through some unspoken agreement, we both leapt away and measured each other carefully from afar. I was the one to make the next move. Enoch seemed to have lost his nerve. He stood motionless as he watched me approach, but quickly regained his composure. He waved his hand over the veil and used matter manipulation to transform it into a gale. Before I could even think, it was already too late. A storm of gale bullets rained down upon me. I leapt out of the way and used matter manipulation to turn the arch into a veil. I used the veil's absolute guard to reflect the bullets back at Enoch. He quickly changed his gale into an arch and used it to swipe the bullets away. It was perhaps at that moment he realized that if things kept going like this, we'd just exhaust our strength and there'd be no end to the battle. It was then that he summoned Setta. It crashed through the shattered sky, its spiral shell-patterned base spinning violently. I summoned Belial, and the two massive land formations collided in the sky above us. Setta set its cannons upon Belial and fired every laser beam it had at once. Belial responded by grinding its gears fast enough to turn its massive spherical body into a fireball and rushing Setta. The two landmasses, both created to be the foundation of the world, clashed in the air. One, chosen to fulfill its intended purpose, the other, driven to the depths of the darkness. This moment seemed preordained, a battle destined to play out at this point in space and time. Setta's lasers seared across Belial's surface and blasted off some of his spiked gears. Belial responded by spinning the remaining gears even faster and tearing into Setta's surface. There was a massive shower of sparks, and chunks of Setta were sent falling to the ground below. Meanwhile, my fight with Enoch raged on. I transformed my veil into a gale, and used its propelling force to dash away and launch a long-range barrage. With a sudden flash of light, my gale bullets were deflected. I heard the characteristic roar of a veil attack. In the blink of an eye, Enoch had transformed his arch into a veil and was now before me. I knew that if I rushed to guard the attack, the punch would only send me flying, so I tossed my weapon up in the air and swept at Enoch's legs. The move took him off guard. Enoch fell to the ground. I used that brief opening to jump into the air and catch the gale I had thrown. I promptly used matter manipulation. Veil met veil. There was a spectacular flurry of punches from both sides. Our fists collided. Neither of us was backing down. The clash of the worlds raging overhead was about to reach its conclusion. After being summoned so many times, Seta was no longer able to use its full power. It was scorched by Belial's flames and crumbled away. With this final attack, Belial's power was exhausted, and he also began to fall apart. Before completely disintegrating, Belial called out to me, "I don't have much longer. I give you the last of my power." Thin black strands reached up from below my feet. What? Before I knew what was happening, the black strands wrapped themselves around me, covering my body. This was it. The same armor that had manifested when the Watchers formed a pact with Belial. Enoch's attack stopped. He looked on from a distance, taken aback by my transformation. The black strands solidified around my body into a set of Watcher armor. After checking the condition of the suit, I used matter manipulation to make the helmet vanish and livened up the suit's design with some stardust. I pulled out some pomade and slicked back my hair. If I was going to be a Watcher, I was going to look good. "Even at a time like this," groaned Belial, "you just never change, do you?" Those were Belial's last words. Fissures ran through the large spherical entity and he fell to pieces. The chunks turned to dust and were blown away on the wind. The battle raged on. Enoch and I resumed knocking each other around. After an exchange of blows that seemed like they would go on forever, we somehow managed to punch each other in the face at the same time and sent each other flying. The two of us rolled across the sand dunes. I stood up and yelled, "It's not enough! This isn't enough power to change the world!" Here's a picture of him in his Watcher armor. It's got like a star pattern suit on underneath. I let the power inside me run loose, and my body began to grow larger and larger. For a moment, Enoch was shaken, but he quickly regained his composure and charged at me with an attack. With every attack, Enoch also grew larger. I assumed that the energy created when our attacks landed was altering the very material makeup of our bodies. Our bodies increased in size as we continued to hit each other. Our height grew to 5 meters initially, but soon we reached 15 meters, and then 20. Our growth rate hit an exponential curve. Before long, we had each surpassed 100 meters in size. With astral bodies, our clothes grew with us, but our weapons, made of a different substance, could not follow along, so we were forced to cast them aside and continued to fight with our bare fists. We had completely abandoned any form of strategy or fighting finesse. Our battle had devolved into one of brute strength, two colossal powers colliding in a simple fist fight. Of course, maybe it wasn't so simple. We were giants after all. We fought at a level completely beyond mortal comprehension, with the destructive power of our fists rivaling castle-toppling catapults. So it shouldn't come as a huge surprise that after exchanging blows for a while, Enoch's left arm was blown clean off. I couldn't stop attacking him. But it wasn't simply momentum carrying me forward. No, I knew that relenting for even a moment could mean big trouble. Enoch's right leg was blown off next, and I wasn't done yet. Enoch lost his balance and was forced to kneel. His lost limbs put him at a severe disadvantage, and it was only about to get worse. I put everything I had into the next strike and knocked his head clean off his shoulders. Now I've gone and done it. I finally stopped my attack, filled with regret. The world is just going to be destroyed. There's no chance for its rebirth now. I lowered my shoulders and looked down at what remained of my decapitated foe. With Seta destroyed, the world had lost its gravity, and Enoch's body parts floated off in all directions. Then suddenly, the body parts began to divide themselves. One part split into 2. Those 2 parts split into 4. I heard Enoch's voice call out, "Hear me, those who would dream of an ideal." The fragments of Enoch's body, which already numbered over 20, gathered like a school of fish and flew at me. What's going on? I bent my body every which way to try and dodge the onslaught, but my gargantuan form was too large to avoid it. I could see dodging was futile, so I grabbed onto the chunks and began tearing them apart, but the chunks merely grew finer in size. Their assault was relentless. The more fragments there were, the more viciously they attacked me. The pieces continued to divide again and again. There were 38 fragments, then suddenly 42, then over 60, over 70. Enoch's fragments finally ceased their division once they numbered 72. The many groups of fragments all formed together to make one massive swarm. They spun around like a tornado and flew directly at me. I dodged the onslaught. Or at least, I thought I did. The swarm of fragments passed through me, and I felt a cold sensation in my chest. When I looked down, I saw that my chest now sported an open, gaping hole. So that's what this was all about. God's final weapon, the Metatron. That was you all along, huh? I turned my face to heaven. Guess it's all over now, then, I acquiesced. No, Lucifel, came a voice. This is only the beginning. Enoch? I called out, but there was no answer. No, I guess you're already gone. The chunk that had been gouged out of my chest was floating aimlessly. Tiny particles of light drifted towards the pieces of my chest. They drew the outline of a woman with long hair. It was Izamoron. She wore a sad expression on her face. Izamoron, I cried, reaching towards her. But I couldn't touch her. She took the piece of my chest and lovingly held it close to her body. And then she was gone. Suddenly, a light enveloped everything. The first thing to be erased from the world was sound. The sun soon followed. And then water. All the solids turned to gas. And then all gas vanished from existence. Soon enough, everything had vanished, even God. Then, as it had before, everything started over from within the nothingness. Hundreds of millions of years passed before the universe reached a period of stability. God used Ruta, the being once known as Belial, as the foundation for a new celestial body of life named Gaia. He placed it within the Milky Way galaxy to spin on its own axis and set it on a trajectory to orbit a star. This was the birth of the planet of water, Earth. It was a world on which people could evolve and even travel the universe. If you listen carefully, you can hear whispers of the wind in the deafening darkness of space. For eons I have drifted through this endless void, and I fear my ears play tricks on me. My hair has grown long. It stretches all the way down my back now. The stardust suit from the last battle has become tattered. The hole Enoch left in my chest remains an empty hollow. I'll have to find Izamoron someday to reclaim the piece of me that she stole. Those are the thoughts that keep me company on my seemingly infinite journey through space. I can't hear anything. I don't feel anything. My cell phone rings. It's been so long. I've craved company for so long. I answer it immediately. The voice is familiar. There he is, long hair, Lucifel. He's got his, stardust onesie, kind of torn to shit. He's got his hole. Oh, it's you. I guess this is going to be our last phone call. Seems to me that everything's already over and done with. What's there to talk about? Oh, the rebirth of the angels, huh? Yeah, I remember. You said, "Let there be light," and from the light Michael was born. Then you sensed a shadow behind the light, and from the shadow I was born. And when our eyes met for the first time, you saw a spark of what humans might call fire in my eyes. I remember now. That's when you muttered something like, "We're going to need a Metatron." After that, you created the concept of time. You let me roam through time freely, and let Michael create the angels, the 7 that would fall. You were already planning for the Metatron back then, weren't you? A power that could suppress me. You entrusted it to a human, to Enoch. I finally get it. Your master plan. You want existence to be something that can define itself, beyond even the will of God. But it all burns out in the end, doesn't it? And someone needs to start it all over again, with light. Now that I get the bigger picture, I talk to God one last time to help define the new world. For starters, you're going to need Michael. He was a useful angel to have around, right? But he was way too serious. You should make him more like me. You know, cool, fashionable. Speaking of which, why not let the angels wear whatever they want? Those white robes were pretty lame. It's no wonder humans couldn't relate. Give angels the kind of clothes humans can recognize. The kind they wear. What's that? The moon is in love with Serial? Man, that guy was always popular. The love in his heart's bound to change the angels. You really hate him that much, huh? I getcha. If you feel that way about him, why not just let the moon have him? It might help him develop some kind of new power. As for Semyaza, he was the only angel whose name didn't end in EL, so why not reincarnate him as a mortal named Sem and leave him be? Ishtar should reincarnate to continue handing down a message of hope. Barakel should come back as a human. It'd be a riot putting him in charge of the Tower of Babel. Arakiel should be reborn as a human as well. Let him live freely. He's not cut out for the administrative life. Azazel? Nah, I'm not letting you have him. He's as reliable as they come. He's gonna serve me, this time without the complaining. Uriel's a dangerous one for you. The guy's all brawn. He might fall one day, and if he does, you can bet I'm coming to get him. Armoros should definitely get reborn as a person, and... yeah, then you should... Regel, Sidriel, Belial, and they should... Fuliel, that's right. Samael, Seraphiel will... then Dremiel, Sakiel, Haniel, Gadriel, Lamia. Should do fine. Requiel and Barakiel, Kamael, they'd be suited for it. Leviathan, Hanael, but I think Harut, Astaroth would work well. Lilith, Mizra, and Mizran. No, that's Creton, Gariel, Should, Orifiel, Chirum, Chasun, Kakmiel, Metatron, Miael, Tamiel, Tammuz, Sophia. That's true, I guess. Centaur, Remiel, Sangariel. They'll go to Cassiel, Israfel. From then, Sandalphon should... Etoto, Emiel. However, if anything, Elian, Eloaz, Asmodeus for sure, Gil, Kemuel, Sacriel. And after that, after a long back and forth, I get through my ideas for where all the angels should end up. There's about as many angels as there are stars in the sky after all. Just a couple left now. Gabriel, if she's going to be Michael's new right hand, why not make her a man? And Raphael, he could be Michael's new left hand. Then I see a vision of the new world that God built, the earth that he made with Belial. I see a vision of the future, where human civilization has advanced. In that vision, the humans on Earth live their lives in freedom. So I guess this is the end. Feels like we've known each other for a long time, but it passed by in a flash. Next time we meet, don't expect me to just lay down and do what you say. Anyway, I feel my consciousness starting to fade. I think I'll get some sleep. Maybe I'll dream of traveling through time on this new water planet you've built. I'm just kidding. I know I'll never travel through time again. But you can let me dream, can't you? Ah. Oh yeah. One last thing. I almost forgot. About Enoch. Don't you think you took it a little hard on him with that mission of his? The guy had to be split into 72 fragments for the sake of creating a new world. That might have been a bit too heavy a fate for just one man. Next time, why not spread that job out? Share the burden, you know? And maybe actually let Enoch be a regular scribe this time. If you need a metatron for official cosmic deterrence, you might try leading them down a different path than the one Enoch took. Well, it looks like the world we created together 340,000 years ago is about to come to an end. It's been fun. Nah, don't worry about it. I'll remember everything about you. And I'll always find new ways to rebel against you. After all, I am the counterbalance. That's what you've always wanted, right? This world was born from uncertain chaos. God created the light and morphed Belial into a heliocentric planet of water. From there, countless other planets supporting intelligent life were born. Many planets traverse the path of evolution. Their paths weave, meet, and intertwine. Perhaps through this, they may draw ever closer to an answer to the riddle of creation that God is searching for. At least, that's what I thought as I fell into a deep sleep, floating off to the edges of space. During that time, I dreamt, just like I told him I would. I dreamt of traveling through the new world, of traveling Earth. In all my travels, I think 2011 was probably my favorite year. And while I dreamt, God played one final trick on me. While I floated through the universe, asleep, he stole a memory from me. It was my memory of having understood God's plan. Maybe God was shyer than I gave him credit for. If I listen carefully, all I can hear is the whispers of the wind in the deafening darkness of the farthest corners of space. To those who would dream of an ideal, God grants a test called despair. I was able to achieve my dream and ensure the birth of a new world. Who knows? Maybe your world is also just one part of someone's dream. The end. A little afterword here. Nephilim love humans. They want God's love, but God doesn't accept them, so they eat each other to thin their numbers. Yeah, that was a good ending. I wasn't really sure how this whole thing was gonna go, but I'm a Lucifel fan, so just spending more time with that guy is good. Okay, so the Watcher Tower is not the same as the Tower of Babel, so don't get it twisted. This is the real deal that Barakel built himself, and then this is just a pale imitation. Okay, God created a world called Julia. It was a failure. Which do I pick? Yeah, these little comics are very cute and funny. Fallen angels, Nephilim, El Shaddai happens, chaos, Gaia, the super celestial body, Mother Earth. Why is 1/3 enough to rival heaven? So Enoch and Lucifel are equal to 1/3, which means Enoch and Lucifel plus the fallen angels are the same power as heaven. making them 2/3. Let's see. Born on August 30, 1973, after graduating from Osaka University of Arts, Sawaki Takayasu joined Capcom, where he served as a designer for Devil May Cry, Steel Battalion, and Okami. He later started his own development studio, Crim. He also contributed to Fatal Frame, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, and Infinite Space as a character designer. He served as director and character designer for El Shaddai Ascension of the Metatron, released in 2011. Oh, 2011 is when it came out, so that's why it's Lucifel's favorite year. It's pretty funny. God Wars Future Past monster designer, The Lost Child producer and character designer. Okay, yeah, that's everything. We've explored the whole narrative. Thank you for indulging my silly idea of just reading the whole novelization thing on the stream. This is a good time. It was very interesting. I was I mentioned earlier, but I found out about that thing being unlockable after you beat the game a couple days ago. It's only in the HD re-release on PC, so I was quite excited to get more juice about this world. I'm gonna need to rest my throat though. I've been reading a lot and talking a lot. Let's see. Yeah, I think with that, I'll probably end stream. I'll be on Soleil's World again on Sunday for more Legend of Dragoon. We're starting disc 2 of that game, so pretty excited to get back to that. Doing that on Sundays and Tuesdays at noon. I'm not sure what the next thing on my own channel is going to be. I have a few ideas for what I might like to play, but I have to make a decision. I've also started putting up, I haven't linked it on my profile here yet, but I've been putting my VODs up on YouTube for later access if anybody missed any parts or wanted to go back and look at anything. So I'll put that on later. For now, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Find comfort and joy in your life, and I'll see you next time. Bye.